All right. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, wherever you might be in the world. Welcome to Black Dragon Roleplay. Oh, hold on one second. I gotta mute myself because I'm hearing myself. We are not voice actors. We are not gaming gods. We are just a group of friends that have been brought together through the love of story who want to share our tabletop adventures with you. We had an opening intro that we will play again in the break. We will take a break sometime in the middle of this 4 hour span. Before we begin today's session, we are going to go around the table and introduce ourselves. Um, Starting with Branimir. Branimir, can you please introduce yourself, your player, and you yourself? Aaron, please.
All right. Hi, I am Aaron, uh, real life name, and I play as Branimir. He is a protection cleric, and he's more of the grizzled war veteran type of character that has a bit of a haunted past, but we'll find out more about that in the actual campaign. So that's him in a nutshell.
Good. Boltzmann.
Oh, hey. Hey guys, my name is Ellen, and I play as Alexander Boltzmann, an artificer who used to be part of the armored military, and currently he is laying low for reasons. And as being part of this current group, he is the sort who will try to give everybody the advantage during whatever conflict they might find themselves in. So yeah, that's Boltzmann for you.
Good. And our swashbuckling rogue, Dante. Good. Good. And Saoirse.
Hey, yeah. Okay, so real name Rob, and I am playing Saoirse. Um, she is a hunter ranger, former, effectively special forces for Amma, one of the three kingdoms of Tribus. It, she then eventually, after taking or well, basically leaving the military, kind of getting fed up with the soldier's life, retired to the forests in northern Amma, where she eventually ran into most of the party and saved them from a run in with a few owl bears. And eventually decided to just kind of join them along the way after discovering that there were some larger issues at hand that could cause trouble for everyone, especially in her forest.
Good. And last but not least, Camiel.
Hello, hello. My name is Yumi Sagara. I'm most known as Yumi Sagara online, but my real name is Tony. I play Camiel the Nightingale. She is a Oath of the Ancients paladin, Azamar. She is known for her golden freckles and her childlike behavior. She's mostly friendly, and is known to have a big personality stuck in a 5 foot flat body. Not much is known about her as of yet, as she's fairly new to the party.
Good. And me, the Master of Ceremonies, the Dungeon Master to these guys. You've seen me on Twitch as Monocle Moose. My name is Brad. I'm from the States, but currently live in the Philippines. I started watching D&D on Twitch from a slew of different channels that I've been watching. Some are still here, some are no longer around, but I kind of learned over the past couple years everything that I need to know about D&D from watching games and then jumping into it, starting playing. So I love to watch Critical Role. I love playing and DMing weekly with these guys, and it's been great fun for the past couple, almost 9-10 months already. So it's been great, and our goal is to be able to continue exactly what we were doing on our table, which is a virtual table anyway, because we're all over the place. We have people in Australia and somebody in the States and a couple of people in the Philippines. So we're all over the place, and we wanted to bring exactly what we were doing every Friday night locally, my time, to you guys. So, and expose it to the world, because we think it's a good story. We think it's a good characters. We get along and we have fun, and we want to share that fun. A few things before we start our session proper. We love everyone that's already followed us. If you've already hosted us or followed us or just watching, whatever you're doing, I so appreciate all the support that we've already gotten there. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. All that follow and all support, thank you for all of that. We want to focus on the game, but not really during the stream. So during the break or before we'll close, we'll give one big thank you and shout out to anyone who's followed or showed us support in any way. Don't feel like we're ignoring you. If you like or follow during the game, just know that we'll get to that at the end of the game. So our focus is on the game while we're playing it. And also, because this is a first night of streaming, I won't embarrass her every week, but I do want to say thank you to our resident artist for these lovely portraits that we're displaying tonight. Yumi did an amazing job with all of these. And if you could click on her link below, you'll get to her Twitch channel, follow her, watch her draw some of these things in person. It's a great opportunity for her, and a great opportunity for you to go watch some interesting concepts. And I'm in there all the time anyway. So without further ado, I think it is time to start tonight's session. What do you think, guys? You guys ready?
I'm excited.
Ready?
I don't know
ready
about a
to go.
dragon, but I guess so.
Yeah. Last week when we started our session, we were battling a black owlbear for the second time. A large black owlbear with multiple regenerations of health were fighting the party, and eventually Kemiel was able to grab hold of the regeneration crystal that was in the owlbear's chest to keep it down. They were at a abandoned temple site. An inspection of the site revealed that a new sigil stone, something that they had found previously in this same location, had been placed back into this location. They took the sigil stone; it had been replaced in the place of the new one. So when Boltzmann reached out to grab the sigil stone, this time a protective wave of psychic damage hits him. A new trap aimed at protecting the stone. Eventually securing the stone into the bag of holding, the team says its goodbye to the grumpy Gunther, who was the one that asked them to come and check on this place, debating whether or not it was to try to negotiate with. Once they get back into town, they try to decide what their next steps are. They decide whether they're going to negotiate with a person they've had dealings with in the past, Erica Arendelle, also known as the Platinum Erica Arendelle, or continue directly to Udjat, where they've been promised. They've been told is the location of rare magical grade jade, where they could be able to create a magical item that would help Boltzmann be able to remove the illithid that he has currently stuck in his brain. After a heated discussion, after debating, Weiss basically pipes up, which is the wizard that is with them at the current moment, says that, why don't you do both? So they contacted Erica, and after a heated discussion with her, says basically that the timeline would be too long. Very heated debate especially between Camiel and Erica. And after threatening to pull the original deal that she has with the party, she agrees with the wise and tempered words of Boltzmann that the group is destined for great things, and she does indeed wish the party well on their adventure. Where we are at now is just outside the docks, where you guys have left Erica Arendale's boat. What are you guys doing in Silt?
We just recently departed from Erica's, her yacht, I guess.
Yep. So basically, the town is yours. You guys have just gone off of the boat and started walking back in towards town. You know that Weiss had told you that he was available whenever you were, and if you were ready to go to Udjat, he would be able to transport you there.
So I'm willing to assume that everyone else here in the party agrees, or somewhat agrees, that we should travel to Udjat and take our chances there, rather than deal with Erica.
I don't think we really have any other choice, Bran.
And Saoirse's still playing with the fletchings of her arrows, kind of giving side glances back at the yacht. Anything we can do to not have to deal with her for some time now? Yes, let's avoid that.
Now y'all understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, completely understand why you call her a platinum bitch.
Now, I wonder where Weiss is. We should go find him. Ask him to take us to Udjat now, or wherever is closest that he can take us.
Well, before all that, I think we should get our items in order.
Items.
Well, I assume Udjat's gonna be a completely new area.
And yeah, you're right. I'm taking with the mention of that, Boltzmann would look towards Camiel. I mean, she is from Udjat, right? And he would just shoot a glance at her. Is there anything that we should be prepared for, or I don't know?
Good manners. Could do. Oh no, they would fall in love with you. Don't worry about it. Just while we're there, let's just try to behave.
Well, Boltzmann shrugs. Well, very well, I guess. Who is? He's wondering who is this aimed at? Why is she mentioning this? Why is Camiel mentioning this? Who is this aimed at? But all right.
Who is Cameo looking at while she says this?
She's looking into the air. It's no one specific. If it hits you, it hits you.
Just the group in general.
If the shoe fits.
If the shoe fits, wear it, friends. Well, extra rations, sleeping tents, travelers' kits, essentially.
Rations? What do you need those for, Boltzmann?
Oh,
think
that's
Trying
right.
to say something?
I think we're going to go insane if the only thing that we're going to be eating out there be sausages.
I'll have you know I mix things up a little bit, and I happen to have bought a bit of groceries.
Right.
And once we run out of those, I'm sure Camiel and I can scrounge up some things in the wild, some mushrooms, some root vegetables.
Sounds great.
Nonsense. We've got sausage and butter bean stew, we got sausage casserole, sausage and mortadella ragu.
As Branimir is saying this, Camiel's cheerful face slowly turns into a worried frown, and then her eyes dart towards Saoirse.
Sausage
I'm.
and broccoli carbonara.
Does broccoli grow in Udjat Cameo?
If you look in the right places, probably.
Okay. We
What
all
kind of
love your
inhospitable land doesn't grow broccoli?
We all love your sausage.
doesn't
Sausages.
sound-
You
doesn't
heard it here, folks.
Sausages, Brand.
You heard it here first.
That doesn't sound right, Saoirse.
No. Now that I say it, no, that came out wrong. I think we're just worried about possible indigestion from always eating sausage.
Dante actually looks a bit like perplexed. What's wrong with eating a lot of sausage?
Oh, I think his sausages are just fine. Let's just stop worrying about his sausage so much.
Can we not talk about sausages now?
Why? What's wrong?
My sausage is very
Don't-
fine, thank you very much.
Bran, you have wonderful sausages.
Thank you very
Dante
much,
agrees.
Dante. At least someone appreciates it.
I appreciate you, Bran.
Dante
you're
knows a
cooking.
good sausage when he sees one.
And you're cooking. Wonderful cooking. And he just sort of looks around at everybody to sort of argue the point. Slight shake of the head. Wonderful cooking.
So are you guys walking and talking?
Mm-hmm. Walking and talking.
I assume we are on our way to the market as we do all this.
Yep, market's right there. Are you looking for something specific?
Sleeping roll. I think there is like an actual kit for like an adventurer's kit. I think.
Yeah.
Where you already have the rations, the sleeping rolls, and all that.
Correct me
Yeah,
if I'm wrong, but did we
backpack.
start with that?
Did we?
As long as when you rolled up
Uh,
your character, if that was an option given to you. For
Yeah.
some, like you might have an option of a scholar's pack and a priest pack, or adventurer's pack, dungeoneering,
Yeah. 'Cause,
etc.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that we'd already like partially used up some parts of it, right? Like, but no, we don't. No, I think there's nothing that we could consume there other than the rations. And as
Well, the adventurer's kit mostly is, besides the rations, it's all bedroll and tent and rope and those kinds of things.
Huh.
So if you have it, you have it. If you don't, you could easily get it from the market if you'd want to do that. Paying no more than, let's say, 2 gold for a deluxe setup, deluxe accommodations in your bedroll and rations and things.
Actually, come to think of it, I actually do not have a pack equipped on Bran. He's only got a priest pouch.
Yeah. So
Good save.
Yeah, I think I've only got a
Boltzmann.
burglar pack as well.
Yeah,
yeah.
Bran has been sleeping on a patch of grass this entire campaign.
That's what soldiers do, Bran.
9 months.
That's what
later.
soldiers do.
Yeah, you should
Get a
be
good
used
old
to-
log.
Stone for a
Well,
clothes.
you
Nice
know,
patch of
Bran,
grass.
you could always join me in the trees. You know, you just tie yourself to a branch. And you're good
Sounds
to
like
go.
Saoirse, you've been awfully accommodating.
Well, I try.
But I don't think a tree branch is gonna support my weight.
Then get a very
Let's
big
find a
tree.
thick enough branch.
You're not sleeping on a twig.
Let's see Bran trying to climb the tree.
Yep. Please don't. Please.
flashbacks.
You get
Takes 10 fall damage.
We'll tie him down so he doesn't fall out of the tree.
Roll a dexterity check. with
Yeah,
disadvantage.
exactly. I gotta wake up in the morning, make a dexterity check, and see if I fall off the tree or not.
Anybody got gaff tape? We'll just tape him to the tree.
Find the get the what is it? The adhesive sovereign glue.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Sovereign glue. All you need is a universal solvent to get that stuff off.
Movable
Great.
rod,
So,
you know, just stick him up there.
Yeah, it's yeah, immovable rod.
or you could just saw the entire tree branch off.
And you now have a tree branch permanently connected to you, yeah?
Ugh,
Yeah.
makeshift weapon. Anyways,
Is there anything
anyways.
in the market that you guys want besides your adventuring kits? And like I said, 2 gold set you up pretty good with a nice pack.
Yeah,
alright.
sure. I'll spend 2 gold for that.
Mhm,
Uh,
Same.
Any +1 rapiers floating around?
Uh,
I think we did a
we
search
checked-
it. Yeah.
yeah, I think we did I think it's only been like 3 days at the most since the last time we looked.
Yeah.
So I don't think so. Not yet. Someday.
Any rings
Someday.
of protection, maybe?
You'd have to go visit Dankard to be able to find that out.
I already
Oh,
asked that anyway.
So, how long have we
I
been in
asked
town
that
again?
in the previous session.
You said 3 days.
Probably. You
I mean-
guys came back. There was the one day. The next day was the ritual, and this is the day after that. This is the 3rd day in Silt.
We could pester him for magical items. I mean, come back every couple of days. Got anything new? Anything new? How about now?
Chances are he would not even remember you were there.
That's perfect.
He's so high in his own cloud.
So what are you guys doing?
I'd rather not risk another encounter. I think Bran is good. I think he just needs the adventuring kit, and I think he has everything he needs. He's got a few spare diamonds left over. So if anyone goes down, there's always that.
Diamonds that hopefully you'll never use.
Hopefully.
Do you have enough?
Got 3 charges. I think I've got enough for 3.
Is that including the blood diamonds or no?
Yeah, I had 2 usages for the blood diamonds, and I bought a very long time ago 300 GP worth of diamonds. So I think I have 3.
In signatures, actually, but I'm not sure.
Because we had a little extra money that we received recently, didn't we? I was gonna say, did you want to buy more with that? Didn't we get paid like a bunch of money from Peace or someone?
I'm not sure if we did we? But I mean, if a few extra diamonds wouldn't hurt.
It was the session before. We had given you on behalf of Hans, who was trying to keep separate from you guys.
How much gold was that?
Whatever you guys wrote down.
1,200 gold pieces.
Or
There you go.
Yeah.
1,200 gold
No, I
pieces to
just-
be distributed.
I just threw that out there. I'm sorry. I think it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I think it might have been either 6 or 1,200. I think from memory. I was going to say 12,000, but you know, that's ludicrous.
1,200 platinum is what he gave us.
That's right.
Oh, that's what
That's
that
right.
is.
That sounds about
Yeah.
right.
It's not G.
Time
It's
to warm
Mhm,
up my
yeah.
dragon.
P. I don't know. Someone grabbed it. I think someone was handed the money. I actually thought it was Boltzmann. Was
Yeah, Boltzmann took it and then split it between you guys.
Oh, no, I don't remember that.
I'm looking at my notes. Oh yeah, there it is.
Alright, both-
1,200.
It's been quick math.
Quick maths. That is how much? 1,200. That's 240 for every single one of us.
Wow.
240.
I
gold.
don't know how much that's gonna get, but hey,
It's something.
We could buy potions, possibly
Yeah.
if somebody has them, or more diamonds. Just prep. Like if we're going into the wilds, it might be a good idea to have some
I
extra
still
healing.
have my potion from the beginning of this entire campaign.
Of course, you say potions. If you, as soon as you offer, suggest buying potions, I'm sure Boltzmann just twitches.
Yeah.
Is
There
it?
I don't. I'm not too comfortable with buying any potions. And he taps his forehead. He taps the side of his head. This thing here. Yeah. No. I'd rather trust my own, or your healing magics, something. Just no. He's adamant.
Well,
Wait,
on the plus
yeah.
side, maybe as long as we avoid anyone wearing masks over their mouths, over the tentacles, I'm guessing, maybe we'll be fine.
The mention of tentacles just makes Boltzmann shudder. Let's not think about that for now. Let me just enjoy this peace that I'm having. This is what, the second day? First day? But I finally don't have this thing pestering my head.
Yeah, first full day.
Yeah, this is the first full day. Oh my god. It's been quite some time, actually. But yeah. But
Yeah,
So
Brand
anything
is
else?
good.
Everybody's good?
Mhm.
I think
Yeah, sure.
Saoirse would probably. I think she's pretty much good to go, other than probably wanting to get some vials or containers. Because if she can collect herbs and such, she might fiddle around and make some of those minor healing ointments like she did with her herbalism kit, as well as she would want to check in with Camiel about how well she remembers Udjat and knows the land, and would either try to go from Camiel's memory and draw up a rough map of her own with her cartographer's tools, or she would just buy a map if she can find one of Udjat.
So which would you which would you rather do?
I think she would check in with Camiel first.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Camiel is not
You
very
can,
well versed. Oh,
You,
sorry?
you can roll a history check.
Okay, we'll see. History.
First roll of the night.
first roll of
Why do you always have to say that? Throw people off, man.
There you go. Whee!
-1.
I told you.
Udjat. What is that?
I remember I'm from Udjat, but
I
That's
don't
some
remember
kind
much.
of vegetable.
I don't remember much because, well, that was years and years ago since I was in Udjat. So I apologize.
oh no, not a problem. I just figured if you depending on what you could remember, we could just save some time and I could quickly draw up a rough map. That'd be fine, but maybe we can find something here or when we arrive in Udjat.
Well, the easiest way to do it is just ask people for directions. They wouldn't turn you down.
True.
Sounds so friendly.
Oh, some of them are.
So some of them aren't.
I
you would
can't
also,
really say.
You would also remember that you do have access to the library here, the Ask-Cold repository.
Ooh, watch out there.
Yeah. The Ask-Cold repository instead of the asshole repository or the suppository. Either way. Yeah, but you do have access to the library if you wanted to check it out and see if you could find a map.
Well, I think in that case, as long as they're in the market, we don't have to do this or anything. Can just say as long as she can find some vials, she would get some of those.
I would say you
As
could
far as-
find a couple of pouches, a couple of little glass jars, enough to keep yourself stocked up on things and be able to collect certain things and keep them all separate. You could do that if just for 5 silver. You could have a good collection and be able to use pretty
Yeah.
much whatever you needed.
Okay. Yeah, and then let's see. Aside from that, she would have spoken with Camiel in front of everyone.
Mhm.
So she would look to everyone else and say, "Do we just want to wing it and
That is
ask
never
around
a-
as we travel, or
That is
do we
never a
want to
good
get a
idea.
map?"
Is that another one of your jokes?
It's always better to come prepared.
Yeah.
Dante just has a smile on his face. It's just like he's not going to say anything. I assume everyone would realize what he would prefer, but that's okay. He'll go with the group.
Then we should go, if we don't have a map here, then we can go to the repository and ask for one, or at least ask for a copy of one.
Yeah, so I could either, if they can give us a spare, great. If not, I should be able to make a copy for us.
Let's get this over with quick. We don't want to. We wouldn't want Sir Reese to wait for us for too long. I believe.
That's true. It would be very rude of
Agreed.
us.
Off we go then.
So we don't have to go deep into it. You do go to the Silts repository. You talk to Wilhelm Lang, and he is able to give you a map. Again, nothing in the repository. Most things in the repository are not for checkout or anything like that, but he does give you the map. And he gives you not a specific map of Udjat, but a large overview of all of Tribus. And does, when you do mention anything about where you're going, you do know that Mount Kurat, which was mentioned to you, is on the far western shores. Here. If you would like to make a tools check, go ahead and do that to see if you could copy out with enough confidence the area that you're going to.
Yeah,
And-
using the new tool that I had purchased from Dankard, it does allow me to take a. Oh wow!
Yeah, I was gonna say 17 with the cartographer's tools.
Okay, is that double proficiency?
Yeah.
No, that's profi. It did ask if I was using, if it required a use of a stat dex or something like that. I
Oh,
figured
okay.
dex. So it
Sleight of
basically
hand,
it's going to be either +3 for proficiency
and then
and then
proficiency.
plus
Okay.
3 dex. So
Okay.
either 14 or 17 if you want to if you want to exclude dex, it's a 14.
It's fine. Yeah, there's not much to work with, but you are able to get a general layout of kind of Udjat, the major cities. You focus on the peninsula where you're supposed to be going and kind of focus in on that and try to get a good lay of the land, enough so that you can at least have some idea of shape and direction and that kind of thing. And you're able to make a competent map based on what you know.
Okay, perfect. How does this look to everyone? She would hold it up side by side.
Very well done.
Okay, great. Well, unless anyone else has any other thoughts or any additions, I would suggest probably the best place for us to start is to see if Weiss can just take us right to Ismailia, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That way
Before
we're
we
as
leave the
close to
repository.
mountain. Oh, no, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, before we leave the repository, does Mr. Lang have any sort of guidebooks or something to Udjat? Like, things that revolve around maybe their culture, their religion, that sort of thing. Like just kind of a basics to the land itself, like what to expect from wildlife, blah blah blah.
After talking with him for a minute, you do know that there are some books that have general information, but it's typically all Tribus altogether, so there's not actually a whole bunch of just Udjat information. Everything here is procured and kind of refined and collected by the people of Amma, and so their focus is really Amian culture and keeping that something as it's not so far flung. It's not like a different continent, but it is a different land, and it's just not the focus of what they do. So very little
Right.
information is found without actually pouring in deep into trying to find it. But yeah, he doesn't know of anything specific that would be just like a guidebook to that.
Okay, all right. I was just wondering because I don't really want to step on any toes when we get there. Who knows? There might be some certain cultural things that might incite aggression.
You accidentally start some sort of war just because you shook somebody's hand.
Exactly. Like that's like an insult
No physical
to the
contact.
entire family line.
And I guess we'll have to trust our ranger and our local. In that place, Bran.
I'm not
Yeah.
exactly sure if I trust Camille's history with this place.
Camille looks at you and beams. She says nothing.
Yeah,
And rest
that's
assured,
confirmation enough.
most wild animals, give them a wide berth. That's usually the best approach. Don't get in between an adult and its young, and you should be safe.
Addie's gonna poke her head out from Bran's backside.
Yes, and that is true of you as well, Addie. Nobody gets between you and Bran.
Papa Bran.
Mama Brand.
Out of her little owl bear papoose.
Nobody touches my pet owlbear.
Or your sausages.
You're allowed to touch your
Both are very
sausages.
dear to me.
So you make your way from the repository to the White Lady. You're able to get the information you need from the repository, get yourself a copy of the map, and then Weiss is outside, kind of standing or sitting on a chair that's on the front kind of porch area of the White Lady, just enjoying the overview of the city, the outlook onto the city and to the ocean beyond. He sees you guys approach and goes, "Welcome back. What is the outcome?"
Well, the lady herself was very pleasant. But unfortunately,
That's a word for her.
she her help is complicated, so we're just going to go straight to Udjat.
Okay. Whenever you are ready.
Looking around at the White Lady Inn one more time, Boltzmann would then look at everybody else to see if they're all, ready to get on with it.
Mm-hmm. Camille.
Before we proceed, does the party think that it is wise to, since Bran still has a charge remaining for the Ring of Sending, does everyone think that it is wise to send a quick message to Notary to inform him of
Where we-
our plans? Yeah, because
Yeah, that would actually be the best,
Probably not a bad
just
idea.
in case.
yeah,
Come and save us.
yeah, just in case, because I don't really want to bail on him. Like maybe he might need us for something, and then we're not here. So
I don't
Alright,
think he would visit the White Lady anyway, because he's wanted here.
that's my point. Like maybe he comes across an issue while we're away, and he'll expect us to be there, but we're actually in Udjat. So,
He can come and get
yeah.
us, can't he? He can travel over distance.
Hmm.
So yeah, that's probably the great idea. That is a great idea.
All right, so I guess DM Bran will quickly inform Notary of their intention to proceed to Udjat.
Okay. So you send a message to Notary. You get one back saying, "Be safe. Hiding I am, but safe I am. Go."
All
And
right,
that's all you
Bran will
response.
relay the message to the rest of the party members, and he will nod his head in agreement that he is definitely ready.
I am going to miss this place, admittedly.
Yes, very nice place we have here. I'm glad I got to enjoy it with you. The best place that I can think of would be to the safest place I can think of would be to the far west, the coastline. Getting and transporting any closer would be difficult. Better to be near a volcano than in a volcano.
Makes sense. Yes.
Just take us as close, as safely as you can, sir. We'll be eternally grateful.
Of course. And he kind of leads you back behind into a private area in between the White Lady and a storage kind of area that is set up behind it. And he begins drawing on the ground. It takes him a few minutes to be able to map everything out, get all of the sigils in place before
Well,
he's
that's-
able.
While that's going on, Boltzmann would be drawing on his notebook as well, the sigils, and just to trying to copy the what do you call that? Whatever sigils that Weiss is making.
Okay. He finally gets to a point where it looks pretty much finished. He looks around. Ready we are. Here we go. Makes one final line, and a white portal opens over the arcane sigils on the ground. Light kind of glows, and he walks into it. And you guys all follow.
Yes.
And we do.
And you feel this pulling sensation, almost like your entire body is kind of being pulled forward and then pushed back. In an instant, you are no longer standing in silt. You are now standing in a black sand beach surrounded by a dense tropical vegetation and fauna. Hold on one second. Sorry. It's my first time.
It's okay.
How are we feeling after being yanked halfway across the continent?
It's my first time as well.
No, you guys are perfectly fine. You feel this discomfort, and then suddenly you are landing essentially on this sand beach, this black sand beach surrounded by tropical dense forest behind you. You look up, the sky is blue. There's humidity in the air, and that warmth just kind of surrounds you and it envelops you. It's different than anything that you've experienced in Amma. This is definitely more of a tropical feel, and it's for a moment. It's just
Ooh.
Oh, Brad?
Oh no.
Oh no.
You know, the illithid's gone. There we go.
Oh, the internet got me.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ah, it's back. I thought my music just dropped. Okay. You feel this like kind of warm hug of this humidity and warmness kind of develop you. It's a very tropical warm feel. And then you start looking eastward and you see the tropical kind of rainforest that kind of surrounds this beach area, this kind of cove that you're in. And then you look up and more eastward and you see uh, this dark rocky hills and jagged mountains in the distance. And at the center of all this, all these rocks and kind of uprange of rock and mountain is one that's taller, seemingly more vertical rock face.
Uh-oh.
I think
Sorry.
Bran is gonna steep over a little bit as he tries to trudge through the black sand in his full plate armor.
Yeah, Camille is having a bit of a hard time as well, walking around like a penguin, trying to keep the hair from flying in front of her face. So she's just wrestling with both hair and her cape, and just trying to go through the black
Your
sand
halberd.
and the halberd.
Yeah.
A jungle. It would have been nice to have been known that this was a jungle.
What's wrong, Brad?
Boltzmann.
Bran is like sinking into the sand.
Boltzmann would
I
like
hate sand.
it gets everywhere. Boltzmann would first like take a deep inhale, just take in every like the everything, the air, the heat, the humidity. He's lived in Amma all his life, spending half of it in like a library or something. And this is a very, very different place to him. And as he exhales, welcome to Udjat, by the gods.
I was supposed to say that, but yes.
He's telling himself that. So it's like to calm himself down from this sensory like not really overload, but this new senses that he's just experiencing right now.
So, how is everyone feeling?
Wonderful.
She looks over at Bran.
He's just trudging up the beach. He's trying to get to the jungle as much as possible. He's just every step he's taking really wide steps, but every step he takes, he's slowly sinking. He's about ankle high in the sand at the moment.
Oh dear.
It's taking
I'm
a
not
bit
sure
of
where
sun.
I'm not sure where it cut me off here, but so as you guys are standing on the beach, you look over the jungle area, and then you look up at this rock formations, almost like a small mountain range that's kind of in the distance. You see one in the center that's towering above the rest. Its face is almost vertical from where you're standing, and you see a red glow at the top of this, red and orange hues kind of coming out from the stretch of this middle of this rock face, and then you hear a steady trail of steam and smoke billowing and hollowing from this hollow center of the center volcano.
How's the heat, DM?
The
how's
heat,
the temperature?
the temperature is I would say moderately warm. You're okay for now.
For
I
now.
would say, yeah.
Oh no.
As long as
Are we talking temperature from the volcano? Do you mean?
The ambient temperature.
it's somewhat of a combination. It's definitely a tropical location. The place that you are in is one of the more northern tropical regions of the continent. But it's also, you have a volcano that's behind you, so there's always this geothermal energy that's always kind of brewing around you and underneath you and everywhere else. So
it's
you definitely
probably
feel those.
comparable to the Seattle area, kind of like a temperate.
I would say it's more like Hawaii,
rainforest, or-
where I would say it's more like Hawaii, where you have islands that are just volcanoes with forest and vegetation that have developed into the kind of the rich sand area that in between the sand and in between the mountain, there's this rich soil that's dark and thick and really good for vegetation and really good for rainforests.
I think, and so you said too, especially probably coming off of the ocean and coming down from the forest, it's very humid. Sorry, I was adjusting my mic, so I didn't quite catch that.
And
Yeah, I
my
think
internet dropped, so yeah.
Yeah. So Sirsha, I think probably as soon as they arrived, she would have muttered, "Oh, I'm never gonna get used to that." Ew, probably holding her stomach a bit.
Yeah, you feel this
And
blanket
then-
of warmth and just stickiness kind of wrap yourself around you. Again, for those in armor, it would definitely be an
Oh,
issue
no.
if you were exerting yourself beyond your your limits. But for now, you're fine.
Yay.
Oh, Cameo, I think I know why Sirsha's probably kind of picking at her maybe heavier clothing that she would have on because of being in Ama.
Mhm.
I think I know why you left. Ugh.
Cameo's just losing her shit.
Um,
And this is
am I
different.
wet from sweat, or is this the moisture in the air?
Oh, Saoirse, you're so funny.
And
No.
this is different than this particular portion of Udjat is different than anything that Camille you've seen before. You've experienced the dry deserts. You've experienced some of the more moderate, very similar to Ama, a little bit more temperate. But this is definitely something new to you as well. This is
Yes,
not
yes.
traditional Udjat.
Yeah. No,
This is
don't
special.
don't get me wrong, Saoirse. It's not the weather. But that's a nice guess. I like that. She kind of waves a finger at Saoirse. No, I've never really been here. Actually, I honestly, Camille looks around. I don't really know where we are.
Looking around, is Weiss with us?
Weiss did step through with you, so he is now standing on the. He's kind of looking out over the ocean and enjoying the view and looking back towards the volcano.
Well, Sirsha would definitely pull out the map and showing it to Weiss. So you brought us here? And she would point to the peninsula with the volcano.
When it's a location you've never been to, it's to quite put it mildly, it's a crapshoot. But yes, we are here, and she points to. He points to just the coastal area right in front of the volcano, somewhere around here.
Okay, yeah, then definitely kind of probably looking to the sun, and if it's a clear blue sky, looking to the sun, getting her
Mhm.
bearings based on the map and their location on the beach location. She would try to get a sense of just how close they are.
And
But
I
she would
thought
take
about
his word
you
for it.
when when I was talking about this. So your proficiency is with forest, correct?
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Forest. So I don't know if
So
rainforest.
here's what I'll do. Anything dealing with nature and like logistics of like survival checks and those kind of things, that'll be fine. You'll get your double proficiency. Anything
Okay.
specific to animal type or something like that, that would be something different here than there. Then I would say no.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Yeah.
I'll judge that independently.
Yeah. No, that's cool with me. Yeah. I was gonna even say if you wanted to say no double proficiency, but some proficiency with survival and nature, that's fine. But however you want to adjudicate
Yeah.
it in the
Yep, yep, yep.
moment, it's cool with me.
Cool. Cool. So we says, I believe your target is there, and points towards the volcano. His lair, Multuk, his lair should be there, and the community around him should be near there. Other than that, I have little to go off of. I'll be returning. If you need me, please send me a message. We can meet back here or somewhere else if you have a way of getting me a location better than this one.
Thank you, Ceres, for everything you've done.
You're very welcome, Boltzmann. And if you have any complications, shall we say, please have Bran communicate with me.
Boltzmann just nods. Hopefully
you.
there won't be any.
Agreed. And he kind of turns around, puts his hands on his hips and looks around a little bit, takes a deep breath, and then begins slowly kind of making the symbols back into the ground again before he returns. So you are now in Udjat alone.
Kind of want to say that Dante is down on the beach. He's taken his boots off. He's sort of rolled up his sleeves, and he's just enjoying the breeze and the heat and the sand in his between his toes, and he's really, really, really enjoying the fact that they're on a beach.
Bondi Boy Dante.
Well, it exfoliates the feet, and he really likes that.
Yeah.
No, but his hair. Oh, that salty air is gonna mess
that's
with his
okay.
silky hair.
Yeah, but it does give it a bit of like a rough boy edge, so he likes that as well.
Oh, jeez.
Nice surfer boy look.
We'll spend 20 years in the sun. That might bleach his hair a little bit, but I don't think he has the time.
Saoirse, you notice, especially since you've been checking things out and trying to look around, the sun is definitely higher in the sky than when you left. Though it seems to be the further west you go, it's almost opposite of Earth, where the further west you go, the later in the day that it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so does that gives her a sense, and to make sure I'm understanding what you're trying to suggest, that because basically the sun sets it moves in the opposite direction from the Earth, so it is later in the day for
Yes.
them. Yeah.
Mhm.
So okay. Yeah. About
Yeah.
how close to sundown would she guess that it is?
It is. You guys were up early to go to Erica's
Yeah.
to that meeting. you probably left Silt probably 9 in the morning, and you were here now, and it's probably about noontime. The sun is very high in the sky.
Oh, okay. So about midday for them where they're at
Mhm.
here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, so she, kind of looking around. She would just say to everyone, "Well, it's being about midday. We might be able to get, I'd say, a good 4 to 6 hours in making our way to the volcano. We might be able to." He seemed to indicate that there are small communities around the base of it, so we can work our way there and try to learn more about this dragon in the mountain.
Camiel at this point has sat herself on the sand and trying to take off her boot and shake the sand off of it. And while the sun is really high, so her freckles are shimmering like diamonds on her skin. She's just listening to Saoirse. And well, the sooner we leave, I guess the better. I'm not one to complain, but I feel the heat a little bit. All the smell, you know?
You're right. And Boltzmann would also start taking off the coat that he usually wears. He's starting to take it off, fold it neatly, and put it into his bag. And as he's doing so, he would also keep an eye out on Bran. Seeing how he's the most encased.
Mr. Tank.
He's probably like halfway into the sand or something.
No. You see Bran. He's already trudging. He's already near the jungle clearing, I guess you could say, or at least the thicker, denser portion of where the forest or the jungle forest begins. You see him kind of reach the jungle, and he suddenly stops. He suddenly puts his hand on his warhammer. He pulls it out, and he assumes a stance that is familiar to the rest of the party of that of combat.
What is he doing?
Dante sees this in size, showing himself so much.
Bran suddenly begins to swing at the air. Just
He's angry at nature. Is this some sort of?
No, I think he's suffering from a level 1 heat stroke.
Dante just
He just kind of
this physical sort
Bran
of
kind of shouts back, "Goddamn mosquitoes!"
Of course.
Yes. Well, yeah,
That's
that'll.
right.
Oh my god.
Right. So, Dante, unless
Yes?
you want to roll around the sand, I suppose we can go. We can always come back.
If we're successful, and I mean, but that's okay. I'm sure I'll find some enjoyment somewhere else. Well, something interesting will pop up along the way. It's just fun. It's been a while since I've been at such a nice beach. Well, this is probably one of the best beaches I've seen. So, but it was just nice to, get the feet dirty. And he starts slipping on his boots reluctantly and making his way towards Bran. You okay, Bran? I think you that's a little bit too big a weapon for what you're after.
You see a little bit of green energy building in the hammer.
Yeah, you see a little flickers of green energy start to pour into his eyes as he just his strikes get to be a little faster.
Yes, definitely a heat stroke.
You need some water, Bran. Have some water. Maybe sit down.
Don't try approaching him, please, for your own safety.
But he's obviously sick.
Do not.
He may mistake
Wow.
you for whatever he's swinging at.
Right.
So-
5 minutes into Udjat and Bran's already suffering from heat stroke.
Would you like to borrow
As-
my hat, Bran?
As you guys go forward, what is the marching order?
Guys.
I'd say Saoirse.
Oh,
She
yeah.
is
I
our
was
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
say
dedicated
Saoirse-
ranger.
Yeah, Saoirse can take points and try to, and since she has the map, she can try to work, going off of that and her sense of the rainforest. She'll try to make as quick a path as and as clear a path as they can through the rainforest to hopefully find some small community, near the foot of the volcano.
Who's next?
So it would be Saoirse, then I would presume Bran. Next.
I'd say either Bran or I am more than happy to take the rear.
Sure.
I will take the caboose. Let me change that, okay?
Well,
I will take the caboose.
Dante was going to suggest that he hang back a little bit, just to keep an eye on their rear.
I mean, let's not fight over the rear now. Yeah,
It's the
Dante can definitely take the back
Rear
end of the train here.
Yeah. So Camille would be either center or second in line.
I think she should be second.
All right.
Second in line.
So Saoirse, Camille, Boltzmann, then Branimir, and finally Dante. Is that correct?
Yep.
Sounds good.
All right. So that's our marching order.
Okay. So you guys begin the journey, and for the first while there, it's pretty much flat into the jungle, dense canopy of trees around you. You hear different kind of bugs and wildlife kind of surrounding you. Not really anything large and worrisome, but enough to you can tell that you're traveling in pretty virgin forest. The path isn't very well dug in. It looks like to be a hunting path of some sort, not really a full trail. Saoirse, roll a survival check.
Okay. Let's see, where is it?
Damn, look at Saoirse with those good
Yeah.
rolls.
Oof.
Not a
Nice one.
28
don't
if
know
you're
why I
adding the
asked.
double proficiency. So
I don't know why I ask.
yeah.
Beautiful.
Well, and actually, I did have one other quick question. So if it's basic, assuming rainforest, heavy foliage compared to probably the the more deciduous and coniferous forests that she's used to, she would not have her bow out. She would actually have her short sword out, almost like a machete, cutting her way through if she needs to. I think she would realize pretty early on, yeah, unless I need it, I'm not gonna get a good bow shot in here. So
Good.
she'll have that out.
Good to know. Are you guys traveling at normal pace? Are you trying to be stealthy? What you guys doing?
Camille
you wanna
would
go
be
quickly?
traveling at a normal pace
Yeah.
and
How
constantly.
stealthy can our two?
She's
I'm
constantly like
imagining
wiping her forehead and just trying to keep her hair out of her face because now sweat is building on her forehead at this point. But she's not complaining.
I'm imagining Bran in the back, and whoever's in front of him kind of pushing something out of the way, and Bran swatting at the mosquitoes, turns, thwack,
Please don't
right
hit
in
me.
the
Please
face.
don't hit me.
Boom. Getting hit in the face with branches and vines. And
I don't know. No. Here's the thing: is that I'm not sure about how geographically how Patrium is. But since it kind of borders Udjat, I would assume Bran is, I guess, somewhat familiar with the jungle aspect. He doesn't appreciate it, but I should think he's used to
Patrium is
it?
much
I don't know.
more. It's much more Mediterranean. So it's not just pure north and south. Or yeah, it is definitely further south than, and it's almost like it's definitely much more tempered, and it's tempered in its range. It's not so much desert. It's not so much rainforest. It does get kind of warm and sticky sometimes, and so that's there. Not a lot of forest. Much more traditional forest. A little bit of rainforest, a little bit of palm trees and that kind of stuff, but not dense forest like that.
What I mean to say is, like, since he was in a military company, like maybe he'd be familiar with marching around the borders of
Okay,
Udjat, perhaps.
gotcha.
Does the jungle extend that far south in Udjat?
No, it does not. This peninsula is pretty much its own climate. It's on its
Okay.
own kind of a thing. Even by the time you get to, even by the time you get to the main city there, it's definitely a different climate. It's definitely more. There's actually a big, definitely a different climate elsewhere in Udjat. So.
All right, then yeah, definitely Bran is gonna be getting swapped by vines and tripping over roots.
The closest thing that you guys have been to is Cicatriz, which was a little bit like this, but not as dense. There was no dense vegetation in Udjat. It was kind of small and definitely not like this. So this is the first time you've experienced kind of marching through all this. I need everybody to roll a perception check.
Oh Lord.
Here we go.
You got this, Bran.
Please.
There we go. That's the usual Dante roll.
And I need Branimir. I need you to make me a Dex save.
So it begins. So it begins. Oh my god. Well, fall flat on my ass.
Well, actually, no, you don't. Dante, as you're walking, you see the ground kind of shift for a second. And all of a sudden, you see the dirt that's kind of taking this path, along with the thick vegetation, give way under the weight of Branimir's armor.
Oh god.
And not just falling to the ground, but falling into a pit. Basically, the earth gives way and Branimir falls.
Is there a chance that Dante can try and maybe catch him? Or, stretch hand?
Roll a strength check.
With my
Boltzmann is-
strength 10, but
Yeah, and Boltzmann is like right in front of Bran. So is there any way that I could probably...
Boltzmann and Dante both roll dexterity checks to see if you Boltzmann, you're walking forward, so you're looking ahead. You wouldn't see this. So Dante, you have the opportunity. Roll a dex check to see if you would be able to react in time to see able to go out and grab him.
Yep. So a dexterity check, just a plain dex.
Do a dexterity. yeah, do a dexterity check to see if you'd be able to grab him.
Yep. Alright, playing dexterity.
Come on, Dante.
I rolled.
Uh-oh.
I rolled a 2. There we go.
So
This is Dante's
Jesus.
night. This is Dante's night right
reach
now.
out,
friends.
try.
I can have a +7. I'm still gonna roll a 2.
So you reach out to try to grab him, and your hand just kind of touches the back of his armor as he's falling. You're not able to fall.
Dante
Um,
pushes him.
shoot.
Everyone in
is
the front
flanking.
hears a
This is my opportunity.
as
Who?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Dante's sort of like laying out at the edge of this pit, sort of stretched out, reaching down to Bran.
as
Fucking
Branimir, you take a
jungle.
20-foot drop into a pit
Oh God.
and take 2d6
Youch.
damage.
Oh my
Ah.
god, my Chipotle! No.
All right,
Uh,
that is interesting.
Is that sort of damage going? Oh no, it's.
I need everybody to
Uh oh.
Yep.
roll for initiative.
Oh my.
Oh my god,
Oh.
initiatives.
Quick, Bran,
Shit.
throw up the bag of
Am I-
sausages.
Am I having an Indiana Jones moment? Is it a pit of
Snake.
snakes?
Why it have to be snakes? All right. Oh no.
Ah,
We don't
wait,
have any
whoops.
tokens to click on.
Wait.
Oh, because it doesn't work that way.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
well, that's
So you can
okay.
Just write it in. We can just write
Just-
them in the turn order.
We've got it. Yeah, yeah. I've not done one without a map before. Everybody just roll initiative, and then we'll go through the order.
Look at Camiel.
Oh my lord.
Dante, what is going
The
on?
dice hate me. I want you dice. Where's dice jail for roll 20?
No, you just gotta change the color.
Yeah, you changed the
Yeah.
color.
It's because I took the 3D dice off. That's why I stopped using the 3D dice.
Bran.
Hey.
Saoirse's so concerned about cutting her way through the forest, and she's kind of.
Does Saoirse have a higher dex than Boltzmann?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I only have like
I
2.
didn't.
plus
I did
2.
roll.
Saoirse has +3. Yeah.
Yeah.
How you doing it?
Saoirse goes first.
Boltzmann.
No, this is just laying at the edge of this pit,
Dante.
not paying attention to anything else.
Dante's kind of reached out to grab Branimir as he's falling, and kind of has to pause for a second to kind of keep himself upright, so that he doesn't fall into the pit himself. Branimir, as you fall to the ground, you kind of turn your head. You've fallen prone,
Uh-oh.
and you look around, and you do see snakes.
Oh, Jesus.
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
Why did it have to be snakes?
You
What kind of
see,
snakes are we talking about here? Like big ones or
Tree
like
snakes?
regular?
you see two kind of piles of snakes kind of move on
Piles.
one side of you. Two swarms of snakes on one side, and you see out of the corner, out of a small crevice on the other side, noticing you is one larger constrictor snake.
Oh, Jesus.
Uh-oh.
Found a friend.
Christ.
And they have taken their turn to move towards you and are closing in on you now being prone. Camiel,
Ah.
what you doing? You turn around, you see a hole, and you see Boltzmann or Branimir now at the bottom of this hole.
Can she jump down or fly down? I guess jump. Jump down.
Uh,
Jesus.
That's a 20-foot drop.
20-foot drop. You could roll acrobatics check to see if you could make it without damage.
Hang on. Good. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's really risky. Ah, darn.
I'm honestly really happy I didn't take off my armor.
Well, maybe you would have fallen into a hole. I mean,
I don't think that would have affected my dex.
no, that's true.
My dex roll.
minus
Let's
1?
see.
No.
What if she flies down? What?
You
You would
can
have to-
certainly try to do that.
Oh, Jesus.
You would have to waste your ability.
Mm.
Well, it's not really wasted because it lasts for 10 minutes.
I think it's 1 minute.
Let's see here. Oh. Roll 20 is being weird right now. Uh, shit. Yeah, because I don't want her to take any damage so early. I'm having issues with roll 20 right now, so I apologize.
Here, I'll open it for you. What do you need?
Um, she has to fly down, unfortunately.
So you want to use Radiant Soul?
Yeah, Radiant Soul.
Okay, I'll just link that. There you go.
Thank you so much, Bib. Yes, she's.
Yeah, it's 1 minute.
Mhm.
So you are standing next to this pit, and you see all of a sudden, Branimir is now laying prone at the bottom of this pit. You see Camille turn around, look down at this pit, and all of a sudden, her wings expand out of her armor. And you also see another set of wings, larger, more full wings pop out as well. And you see her jump down into the pit and fly down. You have 1 minute and 30 feet. So I'll say that you are able to get to the bottom of the pit, to get from where you were at to the pit, down into the pit, and you are now standing at the bottom of the pit with Branimir, who is now prone.
Okay.
Saoirse, what are you doing? Oh, Bran.
Alright, so I assume that since I am prone, that is an action to get back up, correct?
It is half your movement.
Oh, half my movement. Okay, perfect.
Half your movement.
Yeah, Bran will definitely take that. He will sacrifice half his movement just to get back up. He will. We don't really have a grid here, but I'll say that Bran uses the very few remaining movement points that he has to stand within 5 feet of Camille.
Okay.
He will
The base of this pit is only probably, it's only 15 feet wide and about 20 feet I'll say wide, and the opening at the top is just enough for you to go in. So you see 5 feet above you is light, and where you were standing and where she is standing. So you stand up, you're standing right next to Camille.
Yeah.
And then out in the darkness, you don't see a whole lot because do you have dark vision? You don't, right?
I do not have dark vision.
So you see things moving in. Camille, you have dark vision. You see a little bit into the shadows and see a little bit more of the snakes that are coming in. And
Sorry, DM. But Radiant Soul, wouldn't that cause her to glow and perhaps give a bit of light, shed a bit of light to where they are, so that Bran can see?
Scrolling back, transfer.
I don't think it does.
It doesn't say so.
Divine energy within you, causing your eyes to glimmer into luminous. Oh, luminous and corporal wings. So yes, I would say for the enclosure of this pit, I would say that you could see it pretty okay. It's pretty small. It's only like 15 by 15. And you're kind of standing in the middle of this 15 by 15 pit with the hole directly above you.
Are you doing okay, Bran? Did you hurt yourself? Aside from your pride, of course.
It's nothing. Kind of dusts off and there's like this little dent in his breastplate, but
Well, look
kind of
alive.
just rolls his shoulder.
Look alive. We've got company.
Alright, so with the luminous light that Camille is shedding, does he see any snakes that are approaching? Or
Yes. To your left is one giant constrictor snake, kind of coiled up into a ball, and its head kind of slithering towards you. It's moved in your general direction, and you see two swarms of snakes on the other side, kind of incorporating the other half of this little pit that you're in. You see two sets of kind of slithering snakes all together, kind of weaving in and out of each other.
so how far away are these snakes that are surrounding us?
So it's a 15 foot. It's only like 5 feet away from you. It's within distance for both of them. For you, the constrictor's within. For the other one, Camiel is within.
Okay. So with Bran's action, he will sort of extend his shield. And Camiel, you see this familiar ethereal green energy sort of engulf his eyes as he summons his spirit guardians.
Ooh.
So yeah, that is a 15-foot radius around Bran himself.
Okay.
And I believe yes, that is the next turn, I think. That is the next turn. They will have to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yep. When the creature
Right,
enters it for the first
and-
time, or when their turn starts.
Yeah. So as soon as their turn starts, they'll have to make a wisdom saving throw. And they are also, their movement speed is halved.
Yep.
Not that it matters, that considering close quarters.
Yeah.
As a bonus action, Bran will do his typical thing and summon also his spiritual weapon.
Okay.
That's a little difficult here without a grid, but I will say that he is definitely within range to summon the spiritual weapon next to the largest snake.
Okay. Constrictor.
And yes, the constrictor, and attempt to make a swing at it.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, let's do that.
Ooh.
Ooh, damn.
Jealous.
He
Very
did not
jealous.
appreciate. He did not appreciate falling.
Let me check and see
Bran
if
is
the 25
pissed.
hits the snake. Yeah, it does.
Please do.
Yeah, it does.
Explodes.
No,
blows
no,
up.
no.
Roll damage.
All right. Whew.
That's
Baby.
spicy. Yum yum.
All right.
Anybody feel like having snake for dinner?
Yes.
That is
So
20
So you
damage.
take your hammer and you swing it back and you hit the head of the snake and sending it flying across the rest of the small cavern, hitting its head up against the sidewall of the pit. You see it kind of restrict itself and pull its head back. Definitely damaged, but still moving.
It's one tough snake.
And with oh shoot, actually, now that I think about it, how is Addie doing?
Oh no!
Okay, are we willing to? No, I'll leave that up to you. How did Bran fall exactly when he fell into this pit?
Probably feet first.
I would say feet first and then fell backwards.
Oh no,
Rolling.
Addie.
I don't have hit point actions for.
No! Andy
Addy.
takes damage? Oh no!
No.
Oh no! He never made this trap.
Not cool,
They have to
man.
pay.
Not cool.
We'll say for brevity's sake and for the cuteness factor of Adi, she's okay for right now.
All right, yeah.
Once
Bran will kind of-
she grows and once we get further into this, we'll have to figure out rules for.
Yeah. So I guess before Bran ends his turn, he'll kind of gesture for Addie to, I guess, get behind Bran and Camiel, or at least find a area in the cavern that isn't infested with snakes.
Yeah, there's not much room. Again, only 15 feet across and 15 feet wide, so not a whole lot of
Right.
room. But you
So-
can definitely say it.
Yeah, just have Addie kind of stay behind Camiel
Yeah.
and Bran.
Yeet her to the side. Okay. And then Saoirse.
Yeah. So does she see any when she hears the crash and turns around, sees Cameo jump in? Does Saoirse see anything else around them on the ground? Does it see any other
Roll a
creatures?
perception check or an investigation if you're going to get down on it and touch it.
I'll roll a perception since, if I'm correct, yeah, because she's got a higher wisdom than intelligence. So there we go. 12, and does that count for the double proficiency?
I'll say yes. So that'll be
so that's gonna be a 15.
15. Okay. So you look around at the hole that's actually been made, and it seems like it was a natural occurrence, not so much something that was a trap or anything like that. It seems to be a natural occurrence where they've fallen into this either incropping or cavern with a smaller or kind of hole that's been created, and not just here, but everywhere there seems to be these little bitty holes and kind of ways to fall through, just by the nature of the volcano and the way that things are forming.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Little pockets where lava used to run through. And...
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so probably taking note of that. She would still want to be careful, so she would keep an eye out, for their surroundings. But there's really nothing that she can do to help. She'll start rooting around in her backpack for her 50-foot rope. So she'll pull that out just in case they need it.
Okay.
And I believe that'll be her action, because that's really the best that she can do to help.
Okay. Boltzmann.
Boltzmann spins around, sees this immediate mess that Bran has been thrust into. Seeing how Camiel has already flown down into the pit, fighting side by side with Bran, Boltzmann immediately reaches into his bag of holding, and first instinct for him is to actually pull out his trusty arcane, his eldritch cannon, Barnabas. Reaching in, he reaches into his bag and pulls out his mechanical spider-like contraption. And I'd imagine that since Bran was just right behind him, Boltzmann would be like at the edge of the pit. Sir Brad? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So an eldritch cannon can walk on surfaces, and I would deploy Barnabas into the pit's walls.
Spider-bot.
Yeah, Spider-bot. What is this? The flathead from Cyberpunk? God.
What's the weight of Barnabas?
Well, he is it is considered as a small object. So it wouldn't be, I wouldn't think that it would be too heavy. It is portable after all.
Okay. You send him down, you put him on the ground next to you so that he can be able to crawl in. And when he steps near very close to the edge to try to grip underneath where you can see, he begins to try to grab underneath, but the rocks are still loose.
Oh no.
And he falls. He takes...
No checks, damn it.
And it hits Cammy on the head. She collapses.
Don't give him ideas.
I mean,
Roll a d20.
no.
No, it doesn't make it. It can't make a check to try to stay on.
Barnabas have a dex?
Actually, you can. Actually, it does mention that it can make rolls, but then it's a flat roll, regardless. So
Just a
whatever.
D20.
Yeah, just a d20.
Um,
No, please, because I don't want it to fall on. I don't want him to fall on.
okay, so he'll take the damage. Let's find out if somebody else below also takes the damage.
Oh,
Roll
no.
a dex check to see if it could move out of the way.
Oh no,
in midair
please.
or hits one of the two people below.
Oh no,
Can I
please.
still make a Shield of the Faithful though, as a
Oh,
reaction?
no.
So it's at
Reaction?
disadvantage. Yeah, it's at disadvantage if it does hit.
That is a 7.
That's his dex check.
Yeah.
God
Oh,
damn it,
no.
Boltzmann.
What? Wasn't expecting that.
Bran just gets up, dusts off his armor, and then
Punk.
Yeah, I'll say. So you're making it roll at disadvantage, right? So you stick up your shield. Is that what you're doing? Or what's
yeah, it's supposed to, if an attack is made, but I'm not sure how that would
it's not an
work.
attack.
Yeah.
It's an accident.
It's an accident. Accident's a freak night.
Accidental attack.
I'll say with the 7, it does hit.
All right,
Oh.
all right.
And you'll take half the same damage, so you'll take 3 damage, Brad.
Oh, poor Bran.
Wait, okay, so I'll take. Wait, no, wait. I'll take half that damage, but here's the thing. I have heavy armor master, and that
Exactly.
reduces 3 extra damage. So do I take nothing?
Yeah, I'll say that it hits you on the back and yeah,
Just
that's
scrapes
fine.
on your armor.
If it's less
Hey,
than 3, you
okay.
don't take it, right?
Ding.
Yeah,
You take half.
Mm.
yeah,
Would
Metal
take
on metal.
yeah. Bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage that you take from non-magical weapons is reduced by 3. So
Wouldn't that mean that you
No,
the
he's
fall that you
magical.
dropped earlier? No.
wait,
Oh,
so
okay.
Barnabas is.
Barnabas is magical, so you would take the 3.
Oh, for God's sake! Okay. Boltzmann.
Yeah, Camille hears nothing but this.
Pong, pong.
It's just she kind of flinches a little bit, and she looks behind her, and she looks at Bran like, "Are you what? Are you okay? What happened?"
You just see the spider. You just see the spider turret like on its back, and it's trying to get up. Its legs are like kicking up in the
No,
air.
It's up, and then it clambers back onto its feet, and it looks at you. This is an awkward look. It's
I'm
self-aware.
imagining the
noises.
scene.
It's-
I'm
it's
imagining the scene from Iron Man with the, is just kind of looking at you.
Oh, that.
Oh yeah, what was that thing? The fire extinguisher?
Yeah, the fire
extinguisher
extinguisher.
bot.
It's self-aware,
Dum-dum.
and it's
Yeah.
it's dumb. Yeah, self-aware. It's embarrassed, and however, since it is immune to prone, I believe, it is just clambers onto its feet and focuses itself on the injured snake that Bran had hit earlier.
Light it up.
And as part of my bonus action, I will command Barnabas to attack. And so if this doesn't hit,
I swear to God, Boltzmann. I
Don't
swear to
do
God.
anything.
God,
Hit
please.
Bran.
Same
There we
team.
go.
Same
Hey.
team.
16. It's a 16 hit.
16 hits.
Thank you. Barnabas being
Ironclad.
it is embarrassed. It focuses its weapon system, channeling magical energy into a central crystal on his turret, and launches a force bolt at the snake. And it takes. I'm sorry, that's not supposed to be. That's just 7. Please disregard the additional 1d8. That's just 7 damage.
Okay.
And it launches it towards the snake, and it hits the snake, pushing it further back 5 feet if possible.
Is that force or fire?
It's force damage.
So you definitely see the snake that's kind of recoiled back down after getting hit by the spiritual weapon, be hit more bluntly along the side. And you see half of its body kind of shift over and move off the force of the construct kind of hitting it and moving it. Definitely taking damage this time to the body.
It's still alive.
It's still alive.
Whoa. All right.
Dante, what you doing?
Dante is confused and watching everyone do everything. He just wants to scream out at Camille, "Why did you jump in the hole?"
I didn't jump. I flew.
He looks over at Saoirse, because he was reaching for his own rope on his back, and seeing Saoirse, it's like, you better tie a knot and make it easier if it just wraps around him. You don't trust Bran to climb anything. If you a knot, Saoirse, a knot, and like a loop, a lasso, and
That was my plan.
it's just like he's just his mind is blown at the moment. Everyone's just like, he was surprised that Boltzmann didn't jump in the hole, to tell you the truth. And I suppose he's just going to he's actually going to whip out the pistol, and
Oh no.
just for a pause
Oh,
second
God.
there, and just go a big
Oh
smile
my
on
god,
it,
please.
a big smile on his
Please help
face,
me.
and it just
Please
point
don't
down in
win.
the hole, and then he stops. He's like, and just puts it away. It's like, just hurry up, we'll get him out of the hole, and Dante will move around towards Saoirse, if he can move around the hole.
Yep.
Because the man weighs a ton. He's going to need all of us to pull it up, because Camille is like the strongest of us all, and she's in the hole. So he's over
Why
there
do you
next.
think? Why do you think she went down the hole?
Can you lift 300 pounds with your wings?
Oh, we'll see.
She's got 4 of them.
I think
Uh,
Saoirse, if possible, even though it's not her turn, she would probably try to offer if Dante wanted to take one end of the 50 feet of rope to to make the loop. She would intend to go tie the other end to the thickest tree that's closest to the hole, so that just in case they're not going to try and pull that 300 pounds out. They're going to let him try and climb the rope and hopefully not break it by slipping and falling.
So your action this time was perception, but you can do that. Your perception check. was this time, the next one.
She'll do that
Next-
for her next turn.
next action.
So
Yep.
if she's able to offer it, or if she looks like she's willing for Dante to grab it, he'll grab it and try and make a bit of a noose at the end. Did I say noose?
Yeah,
a bit
basically,
of a
I'm
lasso.
saying-
I'll let you do that.
Exactly. I'm saying she would not stop him if
Gotcha.
if he took an end to tie into a lasso.
The whole time he's like a mother hen, just like, what are they doing? Just shaking his head.
It is
Kids
the
these days, I'm telling you.
snake's turn.
They will make a wisdom saving throw.
Yes, they will.
It's his losers.
How much wisdom you got, Sneakies? Nope.
8. Oh, I didn't put the thing in. Yeah, it rolled an 8. It rolled 3.
Yep.
Yeah. Dummy snakes. And it rolled a 1. So they all take full
Alright.
damage.
All
They
right,
were all
nice.
startled. They were all startled.
Yes.
They were all startled by the spectacle.
enjoying their personal nest, and all of a sudden,
Wow. Yeah, that is 14 damage.
Nice.
all right. Where's my?
How's the big boy looking?
Big boy is looking very hurt. But it is his turn, and he or she, I don't know, assume, will take a bite action onto Branimir,
Oh boy. Alright.
which does not hit.
No, it does not.
14. You see it kind of strike out at you, and you're able to take your shield and very easily kind of block its head from hitting. One of the snakes in the swarm, one of the swarms, will lash out at Bran first.
Holy
Oh
crap!
my god.
What?
What the?
I
my-
am.
Can I ask you what just happened there?
What?
What the?
I
What
blinked.
What?
is
No. The
that?
total damage is 26. The total damage is 26.
Oh, okay,
'Cause it-
so I
it-
don't
it
add that
critted.
11.
No. That's the crit damage. That's included
Oh,
in there.
Jesus. Oh my god, you gave me a heart attack. I was like, I'm dead. the little gardener snake killed me.
What a way to go. First stream, guys. If you
Wait. The poison damage doesn't take effect unless you roll a DC 10. So, Constitution
Oh,
saving
okay.
throw to take the poison
All right.
damage.
That would be a
Alright.
+2. Or a protection.
Ah, yes, correct. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Constitution.
Jeez.
Oh boy.
13.
Okay.
13.
Okay, so you take the 13. You take 13 damage.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
my. Oh, wait, that's piercing. -3. That's 10.
Yep. But that was only the first snake.
Oh my
fuck.
god.
That was the swarm.
That was the first swarm. There's 2 swarms. But it's going for Cameo.
And Shield of the Faithful.
Oh, but I have to roll at a disadvantage, right?
Ooh.
Oh, God.
Roll a disadvantage, please.
Oh my
Please.
god.
Please. Those are some very dangerous
There you go.
moves. There we go.
You're welcome, Cameo.
Thank you.
I imagine Bran saying that as well.
Yeah, but it's only 6 unless you fail the Constitution. But it didn't hit her in anyway. So the first swarm kind of strikes out at Branimir and does take a hold. Kind of you have to take the head of the snake and kind of pull it off and throw it to the side. Cameo, you see the snake's kind of moving towards you and take a bite out of you, and you're able to block it off with your armor, thanks to actually Branimir kind of shoving in front of you and kind of moving you out of the way to be able to block it.
Yeah, I was gonna blind it too, but I don't think she should. Thanks to.
It only works when it hits, correct? I don't know how that works,
Yes,
Boltzmann. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it
if it
only
Yeah,
hits,
only
works.
if- and only if it
Actually,
hits.
You as well, Brand. You could have used. I know. It's more useful. Try using it for a Shield of the Faithful.
yeah,
Yes.
I don't think it's considering this is only 15 feet.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not really
true.
gonna do anything.
Yeah. That's the snake's turn. Cameo, what you doing?
I am going to try and Camiel will try to fly them out of here. Is her wings still active?
Yep. It's a
Yes.
1 minute spell. So yep.
Oh god, she just wants to get out of here.
So I'm gonna have you
Yeah,
make a
go.
strength check to be able to see if you were able to lift the
Oh.
encumbering
Oh my
person
god!
next to him.
Don't forget. Wait. Can Bran try to pick up Addie as she does so, though?
Yeah, you can do
Okay.
that.
Well,
Assuming it succeeds.
The adventure continues with Addie and a snake.
oh my god!
Oh.
Are you serious? She can pick up a boulder, but she can't pick up Bran.
So as you kind of
Bran weighs 2 boulders.
as you kind of reach out and kind of bend your arms and kind of lean back to be able to get a little bit of lift, you reach out and grab Branimir. And as Branimir is reaching out to try to grab Addie, and Branimir grabs Addie, but moving so, he kind of throws you off and you kind of tip over and you're able to lift off the ground just for a second before crashing back down and kind of tripping over your own feet and falling down prone.
Ah,
Oh no.
Vladimir!
But don't
You
blame
do
it
have
on
your
me.
movement. You do have your
Barnabas.
movement. You do have your movement, so you would be able to stand back up on this turn.
Yes.
Barnabas would be startled. If it had a face, it would be shocked right now.
Yeah, she will try to get back up on her feet.
Okay.
Pikachu meme.
You are now
Nice
standing
Pikachu.
next to Bran in the snake pit.
And she's just shaking her head. Well, I tried. I'll try again.
Branimir, what you doing?
All right. Oh God. How far away is the wounded larger snake?
They're both within 5-10 feet of you. The 5 feet for the constrictor and 10 feet for the other one. The swarms.
All right. So, okay. Bran will.
And actually, one of the swarm is next to you because it just attacked you.
Okay, so I have two swarms. Or no, one swarm. And
You have one
the
swarm and a
constrictor.
constrictor within your range.
Gotcha. All right.
And Camille has both swarms next to her.
Yay!
All right. I'm not sure which is worse. I kind of want to take out the swarm now because the swarm is deadly. I'll say Bran takes a swing with his warhammer at the swarm
Okay.
that attacked him.
Go ahead.
Ooh, thank you. Does a 19 hit?
A 19 hits.
All right.
Roll for damage.
All right. Oof. Yeah, Bran is just gonna angrily, after being bit by this swarm of snakes, having them like find the chinks in his armor and pierce through it, because I assume, yeah, they're using their fangs, so it's and they're tiny enough, so I think it would completely bypass his chainmail underneath, and they just bite through and pierce his skin. And as he does so, he kind of swings around with his warhammer and just finds the center of mass for this bunch of snakes and just slams down hard on them.
Yeah, and you're able to take a few of the snakes out. So every time you hit, you kind of decrease the population of the snakes. You see more and more not moving every time you take a swing. This swarm is getting much smaller.
All right. And as a bonus action, Bran will use his spiritual weapon to try to hit the constrictor. Try to finish it off.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Go ahead.
There's a 19 hit.
Yep. Roll for damage.
Here we go. Oh, that is terrible. Oh, damn. 3 damage.
He kind of takes the hit from the spiritual weapon and kind of does a little sneaky hiss at you.
Yeah, the link
Still alive.
between Bran and his spiritual weapon is weak.
Yup. Saoirse.
Okay, so Saoirse is probably, as much as she's gonna yell down to the two in the pit, focus your attention on the snakes. We're going to tie up a rope, Camael, so that we can try and get Bran out. Just kill the snakes. And then she's gonna run to the nearest thick tree and tie her end of the rope to that tree. Try and tie as good a knot as she can.
Okay. I'll allow that to happen. Yeah, you're able
Do
to.
you want me to roll anything for that, like a sleight of hand, or?
You'd be at double proficiency, whatever I had you roll. So I'm going to say you're good with whatever it is.
Okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't normally make a roll for that. You'd be okay with that.
Okay, about how
Um,
much movement would you say she used for that? Because if
I
she
would s-
can, she's gonna run back to the pit.
Yeah, you could do that. It's only
Yeah, so
probably
she'll
5-10
probably-
feet away.
Yeah, so she'll run back to the pit, look at Dante, and say, "When you're ready, just toss in your end of the loop. We should be good on my end." And then she will actually sheath her sword and pull out her bow to start taking pot shots into the pit if she needs to.
Okay.
And I'll say that's her turn.
Sounds good. Boltzmann. What you doing?
Boltzmann would still be surprised at Barnabas's clumsiness. Barnabas, what the? And he just shakes his head and pulls out his arcane firearm and takes aim at the largest target there is. It looks very injured now, Sir Brad.
Yes.
All right, and hopefully this should finish this off.
Do you have dark vision?
Oh no.
Oh, well,
Oh, I can't.
she's illuminating
No, hit
from
Brand.
her wings.
Oh yeah. So.
But you are aiming down into the pit. Okay. I'll go ahead. Take
Oh
the
my
lead.
goodness.
Could
Come on.
Boltzmann attempt to aim wherever Brand's spiritual weapon is? Because I assume the spiritual weapon glows.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
I mean-
wings just glow as well. So I'm saying that he has visual on it.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Phew.
All right.
No more friendly fire incidents, please. We've had enough of that. And he aims down his sight and squeezes the trigger, and from his arcane firearm. Oh my god, yes!
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Oh my god, yes! He squeezes the trigger, and the shot flies. Oh my god, that's the largest damage that I've seen.
Oh my god. Is it?
Wow.
It is
that,
Ash.
that is 40
away.
damage. That is 40 damage.
Let me just check and see if. Wait, yeah, it's dead. It's dead now.
It is like a pile of
Dead,
ash.
Jim. It's dead.
the bolt of flame. The last time it had reached this high, the damage was during this duel that we had with.
It was Saoirse that took the brunt of it.
Saoirse
Bro.
who took it. Yeah, Saoirse, you would know, you would be familiar with this. The
Yes,
flames
yes.
usually would be red, but this time it is blue. It feels hotter, and you know what that is. What it feels like to be in the receiving end of that. And the bolt of flame
poor
just
snake.
hits. Poor snake.
At
And
least
this
we don't
time,
need to cook it now.
yeah,
Sizzle.
Yeah, you see the snake kind of could reach out towards Branimir, still eyes contacted with it, and kind of looking for its way to kind of move in and maybe kind of entangle or grapple the Branimir. And as it kind of looks towards where it needs to go, it all of a sudden this ray shoots and hits it right into its eyes, burning it straight through and kind of dissolving its head completely into a just ash and falling to the ground.
Thanos
Dead.
stabbed it.
And
Here's
I
Sha.
still have
Oh,
no, I still
go-
have a
done, done.
bonus action.
Oh, yeah,
um,
go for it.
Oh, is of the two snakes. I will aim. Barnabas will aim at the one that Bran had took a swing at.
Yep.
All right.
There's one that's only got a few snakes left, and then there's a bigger pile next to Cameo.
Just following Bran's lead.
Mhm.
I guess from being embarrassed. Barnabas takes aim. Pile of
Trying to earn
snakes.
brownie
Yeah.
points.
Oh, that's a 9. That's a 19. Too bad. All right, and 27.
Yep,
Hits.
that hits.
And rolling for damage. This is 11 force damage. Channeling energy once more, blasts at the little pile of snakes.
And you see the rest of the snakes, 5 or 6 snakes that are remaining in this pile, kind of swarming together, and then all of a sudden kind of blasting across the pit, smashing each one across the pit and landing on the on the side walls and against the walls, and kind of landing with no life left in their bodies. You have one swarm left of snakes left.
You
Oh,
hear
boy.
this almost happy note of high-pitched note coming from Barnabas. It's pleased with itself.
It
And
kind of rocks back and forth.
Just a
doing a
little,
little
Actually,
dance.
now
a little crab.
I'm
crab
thinking of
wave.
BD1 from Jedi Fallen Order now.
Yeah, yeah, actually, that sound. But anyways, and yeah, that is my turn.
Dante, what you doing?
He's looking at the bloodbath down the hole, and then looks at the looped rope that he has in his hands, just chucks it over the side. If you need it, Bran, and then he whips out his crossbow from off his shoulder and just shoots at the I don't know. There's only one pile of one swarm snake, so he's just gonna take a shot. No, he wouldn't have that. I'll just take a shot. Does a 13 hit?
That's a very good question. No, it does not.
Oh my
Your arrow
goodness.
lands within the swarm, but the swarm kind of avoids and moves around it and does not get hit by the arrow.
It's
there's just-
Dante's day today.
Dante, yep, this is pretty much every week for Dante. Except when he's trying to pick up girls, then he rolls well. I mean,
Your dice has your priorities in mind.
yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day, who's the real winner?
Who's the happiest one at the end of the day? Yeah, exactly. No, Dante
Exactly.
just looks down at the hole, looks at his crossbow, looks at everybody else up in the surface. He just shakes his head. He's just this whole situation is just
No judgment from me.
yeah. Yeah, he'll look at Brad and just don't you dare say a word. And then he'll holster his light
I'm just
crossbow
happy it didn't hit me.
up on his shoulder again,
Barnabas is once again
looking longingly at his pistol and just like, no, don't worry about it. It's just
Fires it, it goes right in the back of Bran's head.
Brand's got it. Brand's got this under control. And that's his turn.
The snakes will make a wisdom check to see how much damage they take.
Yes, please. That is a fail.
Hiss, loser.
What do they take?
You see the spectral ghost-like figures of Bran's fallen comrades just kind of like swarm the other swarm of snakes and like individually slicing at them as they swoop over.
And it takes a fair number of them, but there are a few left after the carnage, and they move towards and they strike out at Camiel.
At disadvantage. Oh,
Ah, frick.
wait, shield of the faithful.
Oh, good lord.
Loses.
Those are some dangerous snakes.
Does
Oh,
not
Ah,
hit.
Oof.
you
Does
see my
not
life?
It strikes out at Camiel and is able to again block it with Bran stepping in between.
Steel wall.
Camiel, it's your turn.
Wow.
Camiel, it's your turn.
Okay. Well, she could try again, but it's here to call out.
Nah.
Tell her that she should just focus on attack while her and Dante, or Saoirse and Dante, try to get Bran here out of the hole. Well,
Yeah, can we just say that the rope falls down and then it rolls itself around Bran's neck like a noose, but it doesn't tighten. It just kind of rests there.
Can I roll a d20 for that?
bad luck, Brad.
No, stop.
but
No,
she
there's
is
no
going.
accidental hangings.
Oh God. She's going to try and hit the nearest swarm.
Okay.
Just a normal attack.
Last swarm remaining. There's only a few snakes left in this pile. Go ahead and try to hit them.
It's a plus 1. Forgot how that works. So 16, 13, and 9.
Yeah, the first one hits. The other two do not.
The first one hits.
Yep. So roll damage for your first hit.
Plus 1 and your radiant damage as well.
Uh, yeah, radiant damage.
How much does that add? Isn't it like your level? So plus 6.
Yes, I believe so.
Could you link the Radiant Soul, I think is what it's called? Could you link it?
Yeah, I actually just scrolled up and looked. Yeah, it's
okay.
radiant damage equal
Plus
to
the
your
level.
level.
Okay. So you take a
it's-
swing out with your polearm and with your halberd, and slice through a few of the snakes, and this radiant energy just follows through with it, and you see the rest of the snakes kind of catch on fire as it kind of sweeps across the entire crowd of them. There are no more alive snakes within this pit.
Fuck.
Again, Bran is just gonna crouch down. He's gonna
And
crouch
I will-
down and exhale.
And I will say between Saoirse and Dante, as well pulling and Camiel being able to push from the bottom, you guys are able to lift Branimir out of the pit and onto solid ground again. And you guys are back on the path.
He's like a
Barn-
baby in a car seat.
Barnabas would try to clamber out of the pit as well.
No, I think Camille would try to pick Barnabas up so she can just carry him out.
Yeah, I would say either way. Most of the loose rock around the edge has been dropped already now that it got stepped on and got brought down, so it's a little bit thicker in places, and he's able to find a way out a lot easier
Okay.
than a way in.
Damage assessment. Alright, damage assessment time. And if anything, Boltzmann's first concern would be little Addie. How is little Addie looking?
Addie is fine. She was kind of pushed to the side and was smushed a little bit, but she's resilient.
She's a
got
strong
that-
owlbear.
She's got owlbear blood. She's resilient and fierce, so she's fine. We will take a 10-minute break right now. We'll play our original intro, as well as put up another timer for when we come back, if you're good with that. Ryan?
Yep. Where are we? Where are we? Yeah, it should work now. Should
Okay.
work now.
Good. So far so good, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll see you. Thank you.
See you guys.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Back into it.
Welcome to the Kingdoms of Tribus. We are happy to have you joining in our adventure, but we are far from the beginning. Our adventure started months ago when pandemic hit the land and a new group of friends found the escape of adventure to be more exciting than their imposed quarantined lives. The fun and excitement they found was contagious, and soon this full party was having so much fun they decided they wanted to share it with you. All of our adventures take place in Tribus, 3 kingdoms with 3 rulers who almost a century ago decided that their respective lands would grow better if not interrupted with a nuisance of warring conflict. Borders were drawn, agreements were made, and Amma, Udjat, and Patrium lived at peace with each other. Each ruled differently and each had their own internal struggles, some more than others. but the kingdoms grew and for the most part became lands where the people were able to live and work and strive. The first adventurer to join the group was Branimir. Branimir spent his early years in Patrium as a soldier fighting against the undead chaos that increasingly plagues the kingdom. After a traumatic battle where he feared to be the only remaining survivor, he fled to Amma, a relatively more peaceful kingdom to the east. It was in Amma where Branimir felt his calling and learned of the Uplifter, a god of mercy and generosity. It was a chance encounter with Notri, a fellow cleric, that cemented his faith and put him on the path of adventure and the pursuit of helping those in need. Since on the path, Branimir has seen groupmates come and go, but he has remained faithful to his call and the belief that what the Uplifter has for him will not only change his own life, but hopefully the life of many others along the way. Early in Branimir's journey, while at the White Lady Inn, a high-end house of leisure and vice, Branimir and Boltzmann's life began to intertwine. Alexander Boltzmann, once a top weapons engineer for Amma Special Forces, was lying low, doing odd jobs for the madam of the house, when he and Branimir began an unlikely friendship, a bond forged over battle. A friendship that has proved to be important as well as somewhat surprising to both of them. Boltzmann is always ready to help his friends, offering support in form of his artificer constructs, magic-imbued items, and personal arcane devices, but has recently been forced to focus on helping himself after realizing that he has inadvertently infected himself with a mind flayer parasite that wishes to ultimately change Boltzmann from human to illithid. Dante, another soldier from Patrium, joined next. His swashbuckling, roguish style is a welcome departure from Branimir and Boltzmann's sometimes shy personalities. Dante loves adventure, loves crowds, and loves to romance the prettiest face in the room. Well, second prettiest if he includes his own. This social butterfly is not without a serious side. Although it's hard for him to open up to others about his past, the bonds he is making within the group are slowly causing his feelings to show. Dante enjoys people and would rather always to be the cause of laughter and fun than to think he would somehow bring the party to an end with a sad thought or tragic tale. Saoirse joined the adventure after stumbling upon our heroes deep within the Volk's Point Owlbear Reserve. After guiding the group along the way, Saoirse decided to stay on after finding out the group was helping to fight not just local wrongdoers, but enemies on a much grander, more menacing scale. Previously a scout in her father's Amian Vanguard platoon, she quit the military for a much quieter life in her beloved forest. Once seeing the imminent evil the group was now helping to defend against, she left her beloved home, joining the group and adding much to this already diverse party. The newest member, Camiel, may be both the fiercest and the most happy-go-lucky of the group, depending on to whom she's speaking. A chosen paladin of Sister Ava, Udjat's goddess of growth and fertility, she is brave enough to confront evil wherever she sees it, but doesn't let that stop her from staying happy and light most of the time. I can tell you that the adventures that you missed so far have been great, but looking ahead, the dangers are greater, and these heroes are positioning themselves to be on the front lines. I can't wait for you to join us now with the Kingdoms of Tribus. I believe we are back. Hold on one second. Okay. So everyone is out of the pit. We are good to go. And we are back on the path. Continuing the same marching order, or do you guys want to change it up?
Dante's gonna hold the rope with the as he pulls it back out of the pit. Just sort of hold the rope and look at Bran, contemplate saying, "Maybe you should wear this," and then hand it back to Saoirse and just walk to the back of the line.
like a child.
I
Leash him.
like a child leash or whatever it is they do.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That may be a good idea. Somebody can hold on to one end. I mean, it was only a 20-foot drop, and this is about 50 feet of rope, so you won't get pulled in.
I also have a whistle just in case you get lost. You could blow the whistle. Dante's just looking at Bran.
Yeah, Bran's just gonna put his hands on his hips and just kind of stare at Dante.
Throws his hands up. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Just a thought. Moves to the back of the line.
Kind of has a towel and wiping off the blood from his head.
Camiel is just still struggling with her hair. She's just wiping it away from her face that is sweaty at this point. So she just looks at Bran and then back at Dante and back at Bran. She's like, ugh, I don't know if you being right next to Dante and Boltzmann is really going to help. Why don't you go to the front?
I think we should leave that to our ranger. Thank you.
Well, you will be right next to the ranger. We'll switch. How about that?
Bran kind of mumbles something underneath his breath, and he just silently trudges forward and takes his position before Saoirse.
There you go.
Kind of adjusts the little basket on his back that carries Addie.
It's a little embarrassing. I can't lift him.
He's wearing a lot of armor.
Well, not only that, he threw me off, but it was still my fault, though. Ah, well.
What's important is we're back here, topside, and nobody's dead, and we only have a few bruises and scrapes.
Very true. Very true. Then let's move forward.
Literally, the only person that took damage was Bran.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
Yeah, we're all good. Everything's fine. Let's keep moving.
I'm proud of my little snake pit
Well,
here because I normally
Bran-
don't do any damage during combat because you're freaking
Never.
AC. So
Yeah, never. That actually, Bran, while they're walking, as they're trudging along, Bran's just gonna show, at least expose some of the bite marks where the snakes managed to get through. He kind of shows it to Saoirse. This doesn't look poison, does it?
Oh.
That is...
I don't have to cut off my arm or anything.
Well, as far as
Oh,
I
no.
can tell, I mean,
Yep.
I don't know the creatures around here very well, but let me see. Yeah, and she'll take a look and see. Do you want me to, Brad? Do you want me to make any sort of roll for that?
I think he's.
Say I just saw he said brown
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, it's just
they're-
really trouble.
they're
DM
flickering.
DM is going through some technical issues. Actually, the electricity on his end has died, so
Oh no.
we can wait. Maybe we can roleplay
And
for a
good
little bit
time.
until he comes
Oh,
back.
Oh, yeah.
I'm more than happy to pipe up at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Dante overhears that. Is there anything would you like me to suck anything, Bran? Is there anything you'd like? Did you need me to suck anything? To the poison? I'm more than happy to do it. Done it before. More than happy to do it again.
Wouldn't that get the poison into your mouth then, Dante? and then the poison is just in somebody else.
No, isn't
You,
like
just- you
that's
spit.
like
You spit. Sosha.
Yeah.
It's okay. You spit it out straight away. You never swallow. You spit.
Ah, okay. I've never had to make that choice, so okay. That's. But no, makes sense, I guess. But yeah, I'm sorry, Bran. I don't really know the creatures, the very animals around here. From what I can tell, just look, brief look at it, I think you are fine. But however, if you do start to feel woozy or achy, then we may want to take a closer look at it. Cameo, do you know if the snakes around here, or if there are poisonous snakes in Udjat?
While Saoirse is speaking to her, Camiel is putting up a braid to get her long, messy hair out of the way finally. Well, I'm not too sure about this area. You see, where I'm from, it's in the complete opposite. So the only thing that we can do at this point is just to watch over him and make sure that he's fine. But from what I've seen, it could have been poisonous, yes. I'm sorry, Bran. You're gonna die.
you're gonna
Bran just
die
kind
a
of starts
very
looking at his
slow-
arm.
You're gonna die a slow and horrible death, Bran.
Is there
Welcome
any
to my
swelling?
Well,
Well,
If
I
I were
mean-
And then he stares at Saoirse's short sword for a minute.
if I were you, I
if you
would
need me
accept
to.
Dante's sucking ability. Dante?
Oh, I'm more than happy to help. Save a friend's life. Is there swelling? Is there swelling, Bran?
I'd rather chop off my arm, thank you.
Oh, come on now, give it a shot.
What are friends for? Best friends.
Saoirse, do you mind if I borrow your short sword for a minute?
Come on, Bran. I know you do it for me.
Well,
Oh. Ooh. Brow wiggle, eh?
What is this? What is this?
Bran signed the hat. That's what happens.
This is what happens when the DM is away for too long.
Is there any swelling, Bran? I asked this.
In character.
In character, definitely in character. Is there any swelling? What kind of pain is it? Is it just itching, or is it actual swelling? Hey, Dante
I mean,
is serious.
it's-
Dante is serious.
I mean, it's mostly just pain, but it's starting to subside, and I think that's what worries me a bit. Aren't I supposed to be feeling more pain?
Well, I think you'd be feeling more pain if you were poisoned. I don't think you're gonna. I think you'll be fine.
yeah, and it may depend on the poison itself. Are you? So I mean, are you experiencing any, any other limbs or extremities becoming engorged by a potential poison?
Well, now that you mention it, Brent kind of like shuffles in his plate armor a bit.
Are you
His
sweating?
little.
You feel like you're having a fever.
Bran suddenly turns to Dante and just gives him a deadpan stare, and then he just raises his arms up in the air as if to gesture to the entire jungle. Am I sweating, Dante?
Well, it's a
Am I
sign of a
sweating?
fever. It's a sign of a fever and poison. Like you have to be careful.
Well, actually, there's a certain plant in Udjat that can actually suck away the poison from your system. It's a tree. It's a certain tree bark. But unfortunately, yet again, this isn't the forest that I grew up in. So, I mean, then her eyes slowly go back to Dante, and she does a little bit of a nod.
It's a proven method. The troop back in my mercenary days, if anything like this happens, snakes occasionally like to crawl into boots, into bedrolls. So if we have to suck the poison out, I'm more than happy to do it. Now he has a smile on his face.
I appreciate the thought, Dante, but I'll take my chances with losing my limb.
Well, you just change your mind. Just know I'm here for you. So it just sort of gives him a little wink, and he'll let that drop for the time being.
Oh my god.
Boltzmann is like in deep thought with the mention of losing limbs. You hear him whisper to himself, "I should try making prosthetic limbs." Huh. I mean, yeah, Bran, sure, if you do need a new limb.
Cute cyberpunk theme.
Because actually, I just realized though, because I do believe that artificers can actually do that. Can make prosthetic limbs. Although,
did you say that out loud, by the way?
yeah,
Don't.
More-
Okay, don't give the DM ideas, please.
you need a new limb though, Bran.
You can make fake body
My
parts.
vision is augmented.
What was that,
Cyberpunk
Dante?
campaign.
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking out loud.
This is not a cyberpunk campaign.
No, it is not.
What a shame.
I could try. Because he's getting ideas from that one shopkeep back in where was that again? The one who sold the armor from.
Oh yeah.
Danny boy.
Who worked with
No.
Reese. Yeah.
Yeah, the one that Weiss helped to make.
And that's where Dante got his +1 breastplate.
Yeah, that place. It's not just any +1 breastplate. It's some
No,
That
snazzy.
was Danny Boy.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't Danny Boy. Was it?
That was Danny Boy. Remember?
No,
it was like
Danny Boy's in Silt. This was
Yeah.
in it wasn't Bloomer Spring, it was in
Numer.
Numer.
Numer. Yeah.
But anyway.
Okay. So you guys are continue your climb into the jungle. After about 2 or 3 hours, you begin climbing an elevation quite steeply. The jungle is becoming less and less dense as it's harder to find proper rooting in this now very rocky terrain. The smell of burning vegetation and sulfur begins to fill your head, and for a moment it even feels harder to breathe, but you're able to maintain and can keep moving. It's definitely getting warmer now. The mid-afternoon sun, well into the afternoon now, is kind of, you're able to absorb all that extra heat, as well as the heat from the volcano that you're getting closer and closer to, as well as lava flows that are in the area that you have not crossed yet, but you have seen from distances, are now moving ever closer towards the volcano and everything surrounding it. A lot of geothermal vents. Every once in a while, you'll hear steam popping off into the distance, where these geothermal vents are releasing this pent-up energy from the volcano. For those of you in armor, you are definitely feeling it. Depending on how long it will take you to get somewhere, you may start getting tired. But as of now, you are fine.
It's a sad day to be Bran. Hypothetically, if I were to remove bits and pieces of Bran's armor, similarly to what we did in the mines,
Mhm.
the geothermic mines, what would you say would be would it be a similar effect? -1 to not -1, -1 to his AC, or what? What was the rule that we did?
I think it was like a -3 if
-2?
you took off.
Yeah.
I think it was like a -3 if you took off like part of your back plate or something like that to be able to kind of let it breathe a little bit more.
Yeah.
kinda-
All right.
Still kept it on you. I think it would be probably like a penalty, like a -3 penalty. to your
All right.
AC.
I'll keep that in mind. But
Okay.
for now, he'll keep his armor on.
Okay. Camille, you're doing the same thing?
Yes, definitely. She's starting to feel the burn a little bit, and Considering she is unfortunately the shortest, so she's trying to keep up with everyone else with her little legs. Yeah, she's starting to feel the heat as well as the fatigue.
At one point along the path, you come to a rope bridge. The path, the kind of not very well beaten path that you're on, continues past the bridge. But from 50 feet or so, you can see across the bridge, and you see a much more worn and deliberate path on the other side of the bridge. So you can cross the bridge, or you can continue on the path that you're taking.
Oh Jesus, no thank you. On the bridge.
Dante
No
goes
more deck
first.
saves for Brand, please.
So the
Which
worn
one
path
we
leads
need-
away, did you say?
So the path that you're on is kind of like a hunting trail. It's not really well worn. You're going to have to dig your way through the environment. Across this bridge that you do find, you do see a more well-worn path that seems to be an actual path that's been taken before and actually used quite often, and it's kind of well-worn into the rocky terrain. So you see it's a much better path across, but you do have to cross to be able to get to it.
And what's the quality of this rope bridge?
It doesn't seem to be in the best of conditions, but it does seem. Make a perception check.
Okay.
Can Dante? Dante would like to have a look as well. Could he give Saoirse advantage? Like they're both sort of going over the bridge, just sort of testing it and stuff. Or?
I'll have you roll since you already rolled. I'll have him roll separate.
Yeah, I got in there late.
Yeah, and that would be if we're adding double proficiency for wisdom check here.
16,
that'd
right?
be 16.
God.
Yeah.
Gods of Patreon. Gods of Patreon. What are you doing? The monkey. It's the monkey. I'm telling you right now. It's messing with me.
Monkey laugh.
Monkey laugh.
Monkey laugh.
Monkey laugh.
Oh,
If you
gods,
look
no,
at that,
thank
but-
you.
Wow, is that a deep drop? Like he's just looking past the bridge and focusing on the underneath. Look straight through the bridge.
It's the scene.
Yeah,
from,
you
it's that
definitely
scene
see a
toward
bridge.
The end of, yeah.
You definitely see a bridge. It's made out of rope. It's made out of some wood planks.
That's
Looks alright.
boss.
Covering yes. You do look around. Saoirse, when you look around, and Dante, even you, when you look around, you do see a lava flow underneath. It's probably about a 20-foot drop.
Yeah.
40-foot drop down to a lava flow underneath.
No
This
thanks.
crossing.
I think that was his focus. As soon as he got close to the bridge and realized there was a lava flow, he sort of just forgot about the bridge. But it's just focused on the lava flow underneath.
Okay.
I've never seen a lava flow before.
Yeah, and you see this rocky terrain, and you do see little pieces of rock kind of being picked up and put into the lava and kind of chased down. It's not really glowing red. It's almost like it's little hints of red with like a black kind of a tinge. Everything is kind of burnt and looks like flowing rock coming down off of the side of the mountain.
Yeah, he's so engrossed in it, he throws like the nearby stick. Like throws like a little bit of a stick down into the gap just to watch it burn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's like
Yeah,
a
and you
child.
see it kind of drop into it. It's about a 40-foot drop into the lava. You're able to see it kind of fall in and just kind of slowly. It's kind of weird because it doesn't just instantly catch on fire. It kind of slowly burns and kind of sinks into it and kind of dissolves it from the inside.
Long painful
You see
bit.
sparks. You see sparks of orange when it kind of drops below the black exterior of the rock as it flows.
Saoirse, are you seeing this?
Yes, I can. Quite bright. Yes, I can see it. I can see. So from that perception check, does she have a better sense of the integrity of this rope bridge?
Yes.
Does it seem serviceable enough for them to walk across?
It does seem serviceable. You believe that you've seen rope bridges better than this, or less than this back home, and you alone have been able to cross them very proficiently.
Okay. And sorry, I may have missed it. Did you say how wide is this lava flow? Is this gap? You know,
So it's
how
about a
long is-
50-foot bridge that goes across to this other path. And the lava flow underneath is probably about a 20 to 30-foot field that's kind of
Drop.
flowing through.
Yeah.
It's a 40-foot drop down to the lava where it is in this ravine that's kind of flowing down this ravine down the mountain. But then it's probably about 40 feet, 30 feet wide. So you do have about 10 feet on both sides. That's kind of a rocky cliff down towards it. That's not over
okay.
lava directly.
Okay. Well, I think I would say I think we've got two options. We could walk along the edge here. You walk up a little ways that way, walk up that ways, see if we can find another rope bridge or perhaps a rock bridge, maybe some rock formation that extends across that would allow us to get over. But this bridge, I've seen worse that I've been able to walk across. So I think at the very least, the three of us, and she would point to Dante and Boltzmann, should have no problem getting across one by one. Kamael, you and Bran could strip off your armor and we could carry some pieces across for you to ensure there isn't too much weight at any one time.
Or probably you could just stuff it in my bag.
Oh, yes, that's true.
And for added safety, if I would cross, I could try to mend a few, iffy spots along the bridge. For the added safety of it all. How about that?
Yeah, is it possible for Boltzmann to reinforce the
Some
wooden
portion.
bridge itself?
Yeah, there's definitely places where you see boards that have kind of splintered and not kind of broken all the way through, but kind of have been in better shape. So he would definitely be able to kind of mend that. There's pieces of rope that he'd be able to kind of mend together a little bit, make it less frayed and less likely to collapse or fall in on him. Yep, you definitely do have some options if you want to try.
Are we willing to go with it?
Well,
Bran just kind of
why
rubs the
don't-
back of his neck.
It seems to make more sense with the more heavily used road over there. Path, anyway.
yes, and I have no doubt that one direction that very easily could lead us to one of these communities that Weiss mentioned.
Would it be possible for, say, our scouts to kind of, I guess,
Test
like
it?
one were to cross the bridge and look beyond? Like, is that the location of where the village is, from what they could see? Or the other could take the less trodden path and see where that leads? So we have a bit more of an assurance as to where the village lies.
Yeah, if you wanted to do that.
Because we
you've
couldn't
been-
just be crossing the bridge for nothing.
I would say it's probably getting close to evening time. You're probably about an hour or two before, probably about 3 hours of daylight, but about 2 hours before you kind of hit your 8-hour day of kind of moving and traveling.
Perhaps we make camp instead and cross in the morning.
Yeah, that would be. Could take some time.
We
We could camp out here
yeah.
and take some time. One of us in each direction
Yeah.
for about an hour. A little ways, and then come back.
Dante's happy to do that if we just get the camp started, or if you guys want to start camp, Dante's happy to take take cross over and do a little bit of scouting, I suppose, with Saoirse.
Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
And if anything, I'll be staying at the camp, trying to help out Bran and Camiel with their armor. Try to fix a few bumps into some bumps and scrapes for our last encounter.
You do something about bumps on the head.
Well,
Okay,
I-
so who is going to go? You said Saoirse and Dante are gonna
Yeah,
kind of
Dante.
check out the paths themselves.
Yeah.
Okay, so who's gonna go down the hunting path, or the one that you kind of been on, and who's gonna go across the bridge?
Well, did we both want to? Does the path just? Is there only one path across the bridge, or is it like a intersection in front of the bridge?
The one across the bridge, once you cross it, it goes both ways. Obviously, it kind of goes left and right. You can tell that one seems to be going towards the right, seems to be moving in the direction of the center of the volcano. But other than that, you can't really tell what's going on.
Dante will defer to Saoirse because she's the scout. What would you like to do?
My thought is, one, we might be better off staying together rather than splitting up. And I think that one seems to head up to the volcano. Whereas, if anything, there might be some sort of base camp for miners. But if there's an independent community, I bet our best bet is to go that direction. And so she would point down the part of the path that heads away from the volcano.
Dante agrees. That does make sense. Best to find the community or a settlement of some sort before we wander off into the volcano. As much intelligence as we can find would be good.
My thoughts exactly. And if there's any way, if they have some agreement with the dragon, and perhaps we could work out, have some way to communicate with the dragon and work out our own deal to get some of this jade.
And if it happens to get dark before we get back, you don't. I can see in the dark. You can't, can you?
No, I can't.
Probably
But
best to stay together.
we could always, I think staying together is our best bet. And if we can walk a little ways, maybe keep our eyes open for wood smoke on the horizon, then we could always turn around and at least get back to the bridge. We don't have to cross back over. If need be, then you can guide me back, and I'll just follow as close as possible.
Okay.
So, are you guys crossing for the well-worn path, or are you going to continue the path that you were on?
I think we're saying the well-worn path.
Okay. Okay.
If I'm
So you're
correct.
going to cross the
Ryan, is
bridge
that
and
what
then
you
go
were
across?
thinking?
Yeah, that'd be crossing the bridge, and then we
Yeah.
go
Yep.
across. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I won't have you make checks. Go ahead. You guys are able to cross the bridge. It's probably about you're probably about 6 hours into your traveling in the day, or probably about 5 hours into your travel day. You go for another half hour, 45 minutes. Roll a perception check.
Come on, monkey.
Monkey.
Saoirse,
Yeah. I'd say
that'd be
that's
a
20 if
plus.
we're doing double proficiency.
yeah, for
Yeah.
looking and stuff, that's fine. So yeah, you are able to look up into the distance once you get to a kind of a clearing space, and you're able to kind of follow around where this well-worn path leads. Only about a half an hour, 45 minutes past the bridge, and you're able to see probably another half hour, 45 minutes up into the hillsides, the now getting into more and more mountainous area, and you're able to see kind of the the signs of a community at this kind of a level. So you think by following the path that you're on,
Yeah.
you'd continue into the community proper.
Okay, she would point this out to Dante. Hey, look, can you see it? And she would try and guide him with her hand, with her finger.
Well spotted.
That's. I think if we. Maybe just another 30 minutes or so, about the same amount of time that we've been walking already. We could always go back to the bridge, let the others know, and go from there.
It's probably the more sensible of the
Yeah.
options that we have. And he sort of looks down at the village. It could be. No. Let's go back to the others. We better...
Or you stay
Let's-
overnight at the village while poor
Yeah,
Camiel and Boltzmann
Yes.
just.
The idea has crossed his mind that someone
Yeah.
may have a nicer place to sleep than the others, than we have at our camp. But
Yeah.
he'll, we should get back. Let them know.
I think so too. As nice as it may sound to see if there's even just a small inn or a loft to sleep in.
Yeah,
I think.
tropical location would have some exotic people and
So
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god.
interesting.
Camiel and Branimir and Boltzmann, you've taken a short rest because they've been gone for about an hour. So if you're just standing there, not moving too much, maybe setting up camp or doing something like that, you guys would complete a short rest.
Hey.
Mending Barnabas. Buffing out some of the scratches from Bran's armor. Especially the part where Barnabas fell on him. Yeah.
How dare you, Bran?
And by the time Dante and Saoirse make it back, I think it's getting closer to evening time. You think you could probably make it back to the town before the sun goes down, but it's up to you guys what you want to do.
Well, Dante was just Saoirse found us a village or a settlement. So if we want to, we can make our way down there. It's not that far that we probably. Well, I'm not sure if we get there by dark or not. But it could be a bit suspicious, depending on their temperament, I suppose. If a bunch of strangers wandered into their village, I'm not sure, but it could be a better option just to camp here for the night and then make our way down in the morning.
I see what Dante's trying to say. They could be very suspicious of strangers approaching at basically the dead of night, especially armed. But my thinking is perhaps I don't know if they would recognize, because I assume Camiel's armor doesn't have any heraldry on it or anything that would indicate that she is a paladin of the Sister Ava.
Roll a perception check.
Oh no.
I know the answer to
I keep
this.
on asking the wrong questions with the wrong character. Oh, yes.
What?
22.
So yeah, you would notice
Damn.
a small, round circle. It's almost like a circlet that, or not a circlet, but an embedded piece into her armor that's slightly different color, has a green coloration to it near the chest area, and it that symbolism and the kind of very minor scroll work would indicate that she would be attached to Sister Eva.
Okay, so I guess Bran takes note of that, and he suggests to the rest of the party that perhaps they might be less alarmed knowing that a paladin of their faith is amongst these group of strangers, I guess.
Really
that
depends
is a
how
good-
you. Oh, sorry. You go. That's all right.
Oh no, that's all that she would say. That's a good point.
It really just depends if you want to. What kind of effect would Camille have on populations out here? Dante doesn't know anything about Sister Ava. He doesn't know anything really about Udjat, so he's sort of
How
being
how
cautious.
widespread is service to the sister?
Are you
Udjat,
speaking
Camille.
out loud with all this?
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, that would be Sirsha asking
that was Dante
Camille
as well.
that.
Dante barely
up to
knows his
Camille,
own
though.
gods, so
Does Camiel answer any other questions?
There's monkey, and then there's monkey.
there's the monkey, the fun one, and then there's
That was Patrium.
that's what I'm saying. That's basically all he knows.
Yeah.
It's the raven. Yeah, he only knows like two.
I think she's coming back.
Hello.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I disappeared for a moment there. But as
Come to the club.
thank you. Thank you. As Saoirse asks this, Camille falls silent for a bit and kicks her feet. And perhaps they would know. But there's one thing that you have to understand about how Udjat works. We only worship the gods. We don't worship each other or paladins. So I'm not too sure. It has been a while since I've been back home.
So they be reassured to see a paladin at least of Sister Ava.
I believe so, yes. I believe so. If they know where to look.
Or if we announce it.
If they believe us. How about this? How about I do all the talking, and if I fail, you use your charms. How does that sound?
I'm more than happy to do that.
All right then. You were saying something, Bran.
Oh, was I?
Were you?
No.
You're hearing
He was adding to the conversation before you dropped out, but yeah.
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 Well,
Confirming the same thing.
if we're all confident, I would like to sleep in the bed rather than on the ground.
Here.
Very well then. Bran, if you'd want to take off your armor now and put it inside my bag, as to not weigh you down as we cross this bridge.
Bran kind of raises a brow at Boltzmann and quizzically asks him, You're not gonna lose it, right?
No, because I also have everything important here, so as you've asked me all those months ago, what am I without my tools, right?
Yeah, what am I without my armor? So,
It's
alright.
gonna be safe, don't worry.
And with that, Bran will... I don't know if Camiel wishes to do the same, but Bran will start to remove his plate armor and one by one place it into Boltzmann's bag of holding.
Yeah, Camille will do the same as well.
All right. And as they are trying to remove the armor, I would look at either Saoirse or Dante, and since the both of them have had no problems crossing the bridge, I'd ask them that would either of you please carry the bag, my bag, as you cross the bridge? 'Cause I'd rather not risk myself, you know. Gods knows what's going to happen if I do carry my
Of
own
course.
bag.
Dante looks at Saoirse. It's like, the bridge seemed fine to me.
Yeah,
Taking any chances. You know me.
Of
I'm not
course.
taking any chances.
Bran just peers
Yeah.
over the ledge.
Exactly.
Saoirse would offer her hand to take the bag.
Alright. Thank you, Saoirse.
Of course.
Dante, once Saoirse takes that, Dante's actually going to go across the bridge again, sort of kind of take up a guard position, just to keep an eye on the road.
Okay. If you've
Bran's gonna clutch
taken
Addy for
off
dear life.
of if you've kind of cleared out your armor, then yeah, you'd be able to make it across. I won't have a check for that. I think you'd be fine.
Oh, thank the
making it
Lord.
across.
Ah,
Gods.
Yeah, if you're crossing carefully and aware of it.
Bran,
Yeah.
Bran, look down. It's amazing.
Bran is just like stone cold, facing forward, looking at the goal, eyes on the prize. He's clutching Addy against his chest, and he's got his hand covering Addy's cute little owl eyes as he as he makes his way across the bridge.
Okay. And Camiel, you're doing the same?
Mm-hmm. She's following Bran, right behind him. She's not looking down as well. She's just looking forward.
Together or one at a time?
One at a time.
Okay.
Yeah, just to be safe. Just to be safe, we do
Yeah.
it one at a time.
A
Shouldn't have asked.
gotcha moment.
Shouldn't have asked.
So social
Um,
distancing. Come
Yes.
on now.
Okay, so you guys are able to cross and follow the path across again, following where Saoirse and Dante had already passed.
Are we gonna take some time to don your armor?
Yes,
or-
yes, please. At least for Camiel, she really wants to put the armor on.
Same with Bran.
Yep.
He's naked without his armor. Quite literally.
Oh, lovely.
Bran
That's
crossed the
chafing.
bridge in his undergarments, his skivvies.
Bran, it looks like you need some ointment. It's chafing. You should wear some underclothes.
I'll have you know he wears a gambeson, so
Dante will run up the opposite side of the path that they earlier scouted. He'll go up just a little bit further while they don their armor, just to again keep sort of eyes on the path.
And you're able to do so and see nothing out of place. Once you guys have taken back your armor, put it back on, able to move forward, and you're able to continue up the path past where they had scouted it. Another half an hour or so past that, by the time you get to kind of the area where this flipside village is kind of situated, you do it's about a half an hour, 45 minutes more than where they were. So you're getting there probably roughly close to evening. So the sun is just setting. You're now in higher elevation, so you can look. You don't see the sunset because you are exactly opposite. The only thing that you see to your east is the mountainside. So you do see it kind of, the colors change in the sky, but you don't see the sun exactly from where you're at. Once you get inside the village, is there anything that you're doing as you enter the village?
Take us to your leader.
Well, Dante
Yeah,
will come
yeah.
forward with Camiel.
yeah.
Okay. So as you get into the village proper, far from what you've seen in Amma, this is rough living. Most of the buildings here are yurts or multiple tents that have been sewn together and placed together to kind of extend their interior spaces. There's a few buildings of the traditional sense, but they're not very elaborate, very Udjat in construction, meaning very kind of boxy and almost boxy in architecture and kind of organic in the way that they've kind of made their openings and kind of made with the materials around them, the mud and the clay kind of openings and things like that, keeping traditional Udjat architecture. There's a few buildings, not very many, a lot more open air places. You see kind of a makeshift fresh market with some fruits and people packing up their belongings as they're kind of closing up for the day. You see a hunter that has put out kind of the fresh hunts from the jungle that he's kind of brought back with him, and he's kind of packing everything up, trying to get rid of the last pieces so that he can go home. There's a few people around. Most of the people here are in loose robes and loose coverings. Your group definitely does stand out. No one's in proper armor. No one has any hats with feathers or ostentatious wear. You do see a few people among the crowd that have bits and pieces of weapons or armor. All of them that have armor or weapons have red paint across their face. And while none of them have approached you, they all seem to have taken notice of you. Some kind of whispering to each other as you make your way further into town. See a few options that you can kind of look at and find out more information. You have the market area. You have two traditional kind of concrete structures. The one, you see people that have noticed you. You see one kind of orc, half orc with a short sword, red paint entering on his face, kind of talk to somebody that's near him and then kind of not run, but kind of trying to jog over to the entrance of this building that has kind of a fortified front to it. It's a 3-story building, or a 2-story building behind it that you're able to see, kind of a very boxy building. And you see the guy with the red paint and the sword kind of jog into there. And you see another kind of construction down the road a bit, but you can't make out exactly what that is.
What's the plan, little sister?
Is it safe to assume? Oh, sorry.
Don't. She elbows Dante playfully. Don't. Well, seems like we have caught a bit of attention, but they seem fine, I suppose. Now all we need to do is ask where we can stay.
Do we wait?
You do see two soldiers kind of standing out in front, or not soldiers, but you see two people, same kind of garb, kind of makeshift armor, little bits and pieces of it, a lot of leather, maybe a breastplate or two randomly thrown into some of these people, but they all have a sword or a spear or something, and red paint on their face. And you do see one standing in front of this kind of fortified building.
Okay.
If you want to ask, or you can make it
Yes.
to the market and ask anyone there or something like
Camille would like to ask the soldiers, the armed men, rather.
Okay.
So she will approach them.
So as you get closer to this kind of larger building, it's kind of more in the center of town, in front of the market, or behind the market, closer to the closer to the volcano, closer to the cliff sides that kind of surround this place. The largest building, it's in the center of town, is a 3-story building. Looks almost like boxes stacked upon each other, each surrounded with the entire area surrounded by these fortified walls. Their smooth kind of exterior kind of looks like concrete or storm blocks that was some point treated to make it smooth and white, almost like a stucco texture. But it looks like it's been worn very, very much so. It's become gritty and dingy and worn and kind of broken a little bit. Outside, there's 2 guards outside the main fortifications in makeshift armor. Closer look at the soldier, the one that stands and kind of looks at you as you approach. He has red paint over his eyes. Make a perception check.
Okie dokie.
Mind if I make one as well? I'd be there.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Yeah. You said you were there.
Jesus.
I'm gonna start calling out to
hello.
the raven. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Finally.
Next, on this soldier's arm, and you notice on the other soldier as well, but the one that's standing in front of you kind of has it kind of sleeveless. Arms are kind of exposed. This has kind of been branded into the side of this guy's bicep. And you notice on one of the other soldiers, even though it's covered, you see a partial brand of this. Does anyone here what's the language you guys speak?
I only speak Common and Dwarvish.
Common, Celestial, Sylvan. Yeah.
I speak.
And Saoirse has Orc and Primordial on top of what the other 2 just said.
Okay.
Elvish and Draconic.
So Dante, you would recognize this as basically the letter M in Draconic.
Wonderful. Dante will sort of like lean over a little bit. He's not standing exactly next to Camille. He's trying to sort of present her as the leader, or the. So he's sort of. I did air quotes. I don't know why. No one can see them. And
I felt them.
yeah, thank you. So he'll stand there and just sort of lean over a little bit, lean down, squat, take a knee, and
Shut the fuck up.
it just say,
Wow.
it just say, he'll point out the brand. It's like cattle, right? Like he's being branded like cattle.
Yeah, it's like a branding where it's kind of pushed in. He appears human, but he's got a very grayish skin tone. And yeah, it looks like it's been, kind of deeply branded in him, almost like cattle. And it's kind of scarred up and puffed out a little bit. Basically, the letter M with the kind of a ring of fire or arcane fire around it.
And did Lise say what the dragon's name was?
He did.
Malta.
The name Multak, M-U-L-T-A-Q.
So Dante will sort of lean over, and he'll sort of indicate the brand, say the location of the brand. So there's a brand there. It means M. It's draconic, and something tells me it's something to do with the dragon.
Perhaps they worship the dragon, or the dragon is their leader.
Oh, you brand cattle,
Huh.
but yes,
Should we be worried?
maybe not mention anything about the dragon.
Of course, of course. Alright, thank you, Dante. So, I think at this point, Camille will approach rather slowly and respectfully, just in case.
Mhm.
And she will greet them with a curt nod.
Okay. He kind of looks back at you. He's got a kind of a grimace on his face, not very receptive, but still standing there, still listening.
Sorry to intrude. We were just wondering if there's a place that we can probably stay for the night.
Yeah.
Would you be so kind as to point us in the right direction?
Can I ask what you're doing here?
Oh, we're just sightseeing. We're a little lost. Obviously, we don't really. Well, look, we don't really belong. We're a little lost, so we're only going to stay for the night. That's all. It's getting rather dark and it's rather late.
Sun's Rest. It's right over there. It's the other building. You look down, it's the only other constructed building. It's a 2-story building. Looks almost like just like a box, but 2 stories tall.
Okay, what was the name again? I'm so sorry.
Hassan's Rest. Hasan.
Rest. Thank you. Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. We'll go ahead now. I'm sorry for wasting your time. Right. Dante.
Grimaces at you and kind of takes a step back.
Okay.
You walk away.
Yes, walk away.
As you walk towards the group, he kind of turns his head back over to a group that's standing within the thing you can't really see.
Mhm.
Kind of waves him over. You see somebody else come up to him and they start discussing.
I'm getting nervous.
Camille, have you met anybody like this in Udjat before?
No, not at all. Like I said, I wasn't the traveling type, and so all of this is new to me. But from what we can gather, they are suspicious people. So the best that we can do is, as much as possible, probably lay low. It's easy for me.
I'm really good at that. That's okay.
Oh, right. Okay. And she approaches Bran, Saoirse, and Boltzmann, and she will point towards Susan's Rest. And they pointed us there, and we can stay the night. And from what me and Dante have gathered, I don't think they know at all that I'm a paladin of this land, which can be good or bad. Let's just try to keep a low profile. Yeah.
Bran will
Oh,
slowly nod, being clunky in his armor as it is. Low profile. Got it.
As low a profile as we can manage, sticking out as we do.
Correct.
I don't think anybody has seen you, Bran. It's okay.
Bran's eyes kind of tracing the I guess the warriors, I suppose, of the village, who seem to have like a ramshackle of maybe scavenged weapons and armor. Bran in his complete suit is not exactly easy for him to lay low.
I'm pretty sure they don't want it. Only a fool would walk around in the heat with this metal, that much metal on their back. And Dante will walk off towards the other building.
Dante,
Oh, sorry.
I'll come with you. All right.
Oh, weren't we all? Oh, sorry. I got a little excited.
Yeah.
So you guys make your way. You guys make your way past. The market kind of sits in between these places, and the inn is kind of further down. You do see some yurts and some kind of family kind of dwellings you see along the way, kind of dotted across this main road that kind of crosses this kind of plateau that you're on. You see further out, you do see it's not really dense jungle around you, but you do see some trees and some kind of a little bit of kind of less dense than forest trees that are around you, and you kind of look over and you can look down and you can overlook just a little bit of the ocean, looking out over the where you've come from the day's travel, looking out to the east, or excuse me, to the west. And you follow along the path along the main road, and you do see a 2-story concrete stucco structure. It's seen better days. The first floor has very little windows or openings other than the main door. And the second floor is almost completely open with tall arched windows every 3 or 4 feet all the way across the top. So it's almost open air. It does have a roof that you can see, but it is kind of open to the elements. And the sign on next to the door reads Hassan's Rest. You go inside, and you do find a little bit non-traditional as far as what you're used to in Amma. You find tables. You find a few tables and chairs, but you also see seating that's on the ground. There's lots of rugs and pillows that have been placed down, along with 2 large, looks like hookah style attachments or things that are kind of circled around with pillows that people are able to sit out. At one of the hookahs, you do find kind of locals that are sitting, and at one of the tables, you do see a couple of elves that, from everything that you've seen, look very out of place. Very kind of white and stark robes. And there's 3 sitting at this table. Two male, and another one that's an elf, and you're not quite sure exactly what they are. But you see long black hair, white wraps, white robes, kind of trimmed in gold, and a golden circlet on the elf's head, as well as golden bracers on both wrists. What are you guys doing?
Oh, we're waiting for either Dante or Camiel to
Sorry.
make a move.
I just wanted to ask before we Camiel starts speaking. The elves. Does anything about them suggest they're not? Well, sorry. Obviously, they're not from around this area. But do they actually look like they're from Armor or Patrium or anything like that? Like anything that might.
I'll have Saoirse roll a history check.
Okay, let's see. History.
I'm sorry, not Saoirse. Cameo.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, good thing too.
Oh my, that wasn't not the one.
Yeah.
Really? Really? History? Okay, here we go.
I think that was
Saoirse's not 1.
Maybe we should go with serious.
Total of 5.
I will say that you recognize the outfit as Udjat, as something from traditional Udjat, but you do not recognize anything else about it.
Okay. Sorry, I was out for a bit. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So you do see elf with long black hair sitting at the table. She has 2 male companions with them, both elven. They have spears attached to their back, and one also has a short sword attached to their side. Similar clothing as the first person, the elf. The kind of more, I would say more. Her robes seem to be fuller, her wider. They seem to be more prestige in her outfit. And the 2 people that are with her, the 2 males, both have weapons of sorts. Not quite as fancy of clothing, much more thinner, no headband, and only one of them has a bracer on his wrist.
Okay.
Well, do we ask for our, see if we can find lodging first? That'd be the best approach.
Yep, you do see behind the furthest wall from the door, you do see kind of a bar area, like a counter space, and you see a drow, very dark clothing, white hair, pale skin, especially compared to everyone else that you've seen around here, and for drow, pale skin, but around the face it seems to be even kind of like a ruddy complexion. Definitely different than what you've seen in Alma.
So do we? Yeah, let's approach.
Yep. And you are able to. You guys. She waves you guys over. Hello. Can I help you?
Yes. We're looking for lodging for the night. Me and my friends here. It's been a long day.
You see kind of a look of surprise on her face. Oh, really? Where have you come from?
Cameo looks at Dante.
A wizard magically dropped us here in the middle of nowhere, and we're trying to find our way out. It just says that matter-of-factly.
Really? Okay. Well, we do have space. We do have visitors tonight, which is rare typically, and you can definitely add to the matters. Yes, our upstairs is open space for lodging. Cots are set up. I believe we have 4 cots. They have 3 cots already reserved. There's 7 cots. So we do have 4 cots available, but there is room on the floor that you'll be able to stay and relax.
You said mattress.
I'm sorry?
You mentioned that there are
Other guests.
yes, other guests.
Yes. There at the table, ambassador from Udjat, Ambassador San Salan.
Oh. I
Oh,
see.
is that a? Sorry.
And that's rare. I take.
Oh, very rare. We only get visitors maybe once every few months.
Interesting. Well, all right. We will take the cups.
Okay. Sure. That'll be 10 gold.
Dante will,
Is,
Oh,
is
sorry.
everyone all right with that?
Dante will pay the 10 gold.
All right.
We'll just hand it over.
Thank you.
Cameo
And she bows her head.
Right.
Feel free to drop your things. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
This is a strange place. He just sort of whispers to Caveo. Notice that as they're not in earshot of, hopefully, of the barmaid, the owner. This is sort of like, notice they said an ambassador from Udjat. Do they not consider themselves part of Udjat out here?
There's a lot of things here that I'm not gonna lie, it's making me feel a little worried. But nothing to fear. I hope.
Perhaps we should put our charm on and have a chat to the ambassador at some point.
Right, I'll leave that to you, big brother. And she pats him on the shoulder.
Could be fun. But Dante will follow Camille back to the others, while kind of looking at the, sidelong glance at the ambassador and the troop and the ambassador.
Do you guys go upstairs to check, or on your spaces, or do you stay downstairs?
Maybe something to eat and drink.
You can kind of have a seat. Do you want to sit at one of the empty hookah, or would you rather sit at one of the tables?
What is everyone feeling tonight?
I'd rather sit. Yeah. No, wait.
Bran is in the most awkward pose ever, standing at the maybe a few feet, not a few feet, maybe a couple inches higher than the door frame of the tavern itself. He just kind of stands there, full plate armor.
He wants to sit on the floor, doesn't he?
Crisscross applesauce with full armor.
That's gonna be a little difficult.
He'd be like a turtle.
Turtle.
Well, alright, how about this? They check out the lodging, and Bran can perhaps remove a few of the armor pieces so he's a lot more comfortable.
I'm just gonna check the rooms. Bran just kind of shuffles behind Camille and Dante and makes his way upstairs to check on the lodging, I guess. Not
you go
wanting to
upstairs-
be. Yeah.
Go upstairs, and it's one big open space. There are a number of cots on both sides, and in one area there is a bassinet, or not a bassinet, but a basin, a wash basin in one corner, and the rest of it are just kind of cots that have been kind of set up. They have kind of blanket rolls over top of them, and spaces where they provide a pillow and basically the cot. You look out and you can kind of see the rest of the entire kind of village because of the way that it's structured. It's almost open air. There's only maybe a foot at the top and a foot at the bottom where it's actually concrete or bricked, and the rest is kind of all open air. And you do feel kind of a nice cooler breeze, and because of this, it's not so stuffy as kind of closed off as it was down below.
Does Bran spot any of the other guests that are, I guess, resting here? Because I do believe the hostess said that there were others.
No. She said that there was 3, and there's 3 at the table downstairs.
Yeah.
I see.
Nobody else, and then there's
Okay.
4 available cots, and then
Cots, alright.
whoever else could use
Gotcha.
blankets on the floor.
Dante's happy enough to take the floor. He doesn't worry.
And he
Oh,
does have,
Saoirse was actually gonna offer to take the floor.
Yeah, they have sleeping bags, correct?
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
pillows and rolls and carpets and things like that to make it nice and soft.
We bought our own equipment, didn't we?
Yep.
Sleeping rolls. So, Dante's happy to sleep on the floor. This is nothing new to him. So, Saoirse is more than happy to take a cot if she wants.
Yeah, definitely. If Dante started before she could, rolling out or prepping something for the on the floor for himself, she would take a cot.
He just dumped his stuff. He's not prepping for anything. He's sort of he just dumped it on the floor, and just the basic stuff he can afford to lose, nothing important. And he sort of claps his hands together. Are we taking the table, or are we taking that funny smoke thing, or what are we doing? I need a
Well-
drink.
That's for smoking.
No, look, it had smoke in it, didn't it? Or smoke coming from it? I don't.
Yeah, you were able to see there is one table, or one not table, but one set of locals, a couple that are taking advantage of the hookah, taking puffs of smoke. You can see him kind of taking a long, deep breath out of one of the hoses that's connected and blowing smoke, so you can tell what.
Is that a common item in Udjat? So would you see that in the south along the border with Patreon?
Not so much, and not so much in Patreon. Maybe along the border, but
I just mean if like you've been over the border, would you have experienced?
Yeah, if you've been in Udjat, that's kind of a traditional thing.
I see you're interested in the hookah.
Last time I tried it, it was fun. Gives you a buzz. Kind of
Oh.
relaxing.
Camiel, one of the things that you do notice is that would stick out to you is there are bottles of liquor that are behind the counter, whereas typically in most places or some places within Udjat, they would only have hookahs and not have any liquor.
Can I ask why?
Cultural. Part of the culture and part of the religious sect.
I see. I think she will definitely point this out for the party and explain.
So did you say they don't have alcohol downstairs?
They do.
They do. They
Oh.
do.
They do, but it's not everywhere in Udjat.
Ugh. That's right, Dante.
The
Well,
mention of alcohol once again.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sure they
Boltzmann
have milk.
smiles. Boltzmann smiles, but then frowns. You can't drink
Oh.
alcohol. He's reminded once again. No, I can't drink alcohol.
Bran
I'm,
just
I'm
kind of
pretty su-
pats Boltzmann on the back.
I'm pretty
Right.
sure they have milk. Don't worry about it.
You sure about that?
Well, we can ask.
Goat's milk? Camel milk? I don't know. Depends what animals they have, I suppose.
I do love goat's milk.
You know, there are, given that there's such a, and she'd try to, quietly say to everyone, given that there is such a powerful creature within the region, it's possible that they have wrested control of this peninsula from Udjat.
Like a sort of autonomous region, right?
That's what, yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
The dragon has apparently possession of this area, so I suppose that makes sense.
And if there's an ambassador around, visiting, maybe they're trying to work out some sort of deal. Kind of like we're hoping to.
I do hope this isn't gonna throw a wrench in our plans. Hopefully.
Well, keep your fingers crossed, Boltzmann.
But anyways, well, we should just eat, rest, and find out what we can do in the next day.
Here, here.
So are you guys taking a table, I assume?
Guys.
I think
Bran will take a table. I
Both
don't
of
I was
think-
gonna say,
We're taking
Oh,
Don't make me roll
come
for it. Don't make me
Tight.
roll for it.
It's alright.
I
They
was gonna
seem
say, seriously, if they were all still standing around waiting for somebody to make a move, Saoirse would have gone for the hookah. She's never tried it. She
Yeah.
has her pipe, but she's never
Boltzmann-
tried hookah. So she was
Boltzmann's
like, "Ah,
time
cool."
of testing
We've split the party.
strange things has ended ever since that incident with the with the illithid. But yeah,
Oh no, his scientific curiosity is.
that's why he's so. That's exactly why he's so pissed at the illithid, because his curiosity is now like dampened. You know,
It's
a part of
spoiled.
him died. A part of him died, guys. You have no idea.
We'll get it back. It's okay.
I think that, have taken part in the culture is a good sign. Why don't we just use the hookah? Yeah?
So,
Well,
I'm sure we
with
can
much
get
bread.
food as well.
so what exactly is this thing?
Oh. You smoke it, Brand. Pipe in your mouth. Breathe in.
You would see that it's already bubbling, so it's already ready. All you would need to do is use one of the hoses that's already attached.
You should definitely
I
give it a
see
go.
that, but what is what is in it?
You should just experience it.
One way to find out, I believe.
Your vagueness is not exactly encouraging me.
Well, you know what? We could ask. Or I could ask for you.
Brand just kind of rolls his shoulders.
The drow that you saw before does kind of go up to you and, is there anything that I can get you?
Well, first and foremost, maybe some food and some drinks.
Sure, no problem.
And
Can do
my
that.
friend here, Branimir, he was wondering what's in the hookahs.
Well, it's a mix of traditional herbs that kind of gives a warm, light feeling, but it's also flavored. And we use our fresh tropical fruits. There are actually mango and coconut, I believe, today.
Oh, so it's just to relax.
Yes,
Oh, thank you.
no problem. I'll come up with some dinner for you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Dante's gonna fight
She
his
makes her way
to
to the back.
Dante's
Actually,
just
yeah.
gonna make his way over there and just start like puffing away.
yeah, Brand's just gonna like trudge over there at the mention of, because I assume such exotic fruits and such as coconuts and mangoes are really rare on the other parts or the other kingdoms.
Yeah, this would
would you say?
not be something you would know about. Possibly in Udjat, because they'd be able to kind of bring it in internally and kind of experience that way. It's definitely rare, no matter what it is. But
Oh, so
Uh,
we have no idea what a mango is or a coconut.
I would say that you would have an impression of some sort of tropical fruits and have an idea of what they were, but maybe have never experienced it.
A nut that has cocoa.
Yeah, you take a even before you actually take part of it, you do smell the smoke that's coming off from the other couple, and if Saoirse was the first one down and starting to puff away, you get this very high, very fruity kind of a smoke that's residual. There are traces of kind of the way that it smells within Dankard's place, but it's a very high and fruity flavor beyond that.
So okay, so while the rest of the party is sat and some of which are enjoying the hookah, Camille will approach the drow. Is she too busy? Can Camille strike a conversation real quick?
She's got her back turned to the counter, but you can definitely go over there and kind of, as she's preparing and kind of taking here and there, kind of being able to talk to her. Yes, can I get you something else?
Well, I did notice that you have a little special something liquor.
Yes.
Would it be alright if my friends had a few?
Yes, there's no restrictions here.
Oh, that's good to know. Well, okay, possibly 3.
Sure. Anything specific?
Oh, I should probably ask. What's available?
Our best selling when the nights come in are typically the Brattenberg rum. It's imported. We also have a local, almost cherry liqueur. Not so popular with the knights. I think they think it gives them the wrong. It may be too frilly or fancy for their taste, but it's quite lovely.
All right, so I would love at least 2 of your special, the rum, and
Sure.
1 cherry liqueur.
Lovely. I'll bring that right out.
Oh, do you have milk?
Yes, we have milk.
Oh, it's lovely. 2, please.
No problem.
Thank you. All right, that's it. I'm sorry. And kind of Camille just saunters away towards them towards the party.
So this is what a cocoa nut tastes like.
Suppose so.
Man,
Tastes-
you
tastes nice.
took a you took,
You see, you take the lime. And then
No,
you smoke
no,
some
no,
of
no,
the,
no.
you know what?
the cocoa nut.
Oh god.
Brent, give me that. you would take the hooker.
Did he even try it, or did he just
No.
inhale some of Saoirse's?
Yeah. No, see, Bran, they said that they took the mango, not the lime, mango, and put it in the coconut.
Oh, I apologize. I must have misheard that. Where did I hear that?
Sorry, DM. How are where the hookah is located? Are any of the ambassadors group, or is the ambassadors group anywhere near the hookah? Like, are they sitting nearby or close enough to sort of?
And a table, so they're not sitting
Okay.
near you. They're kind of off in the corner. They are definitely keeping a watch on you guys since you've been in.
Yep. I'm not doing anything. Don't worry. I'm not doing anything yet.
I'm terrified to do anything. That's the thing.
If they're not too far, if they're too far away at the moment, he was actually just going to try and listen in on their conversation if they were having any conversation or anything like that. No, he'll just sit back. He'll actually Dante will sit back and think for a minute. He just sort of it's something on his mind and he's trying to think about it. Sorry.
As you guys are waiting, your drinks are brought out to you. The drow says that she'll be back with the food shortly.
What are the effects? Oh,
Oh no, go ahead.
sorry. I was gonna ask, what are the effects of the hookah? Like, is it just
it's-
a euphoric kind of?
Yeah, I wouldn't say euphoric, but it definitely does kind of lighten your mind a little bit of a buzz, but very little, especially with all the extra things. It's not a very harsh kind of a buzz or anything like that. It's a very light, airy, kind of gives you a little bit of relaxation, but nothing major, no major effects or anything.
You know, it doesn't really taste like cocoa.
Camille is just at this point she's just beaming and just trying not to laugh out loud. Do you enjoy the taste though?
Rand kind of just smacks his lips a little bit, and I'm not sure.
You know what, Brent? Give me that. Give it to me. I'm curious.
Well, there
Rand
we
just
go.
kind of shrugs and passes the hose or the nozzle or something to Boltzmann.
Waltzman just curiously looks at it and puts it in his mouth and takes a deep, almost like a deep inhale.
Whoa, whoa, Boltzmann.
Well, I guess
Starts
diving right in
coughing.
is a good way to start. No. You hold it. You gotta hold and count, and then exhale.
Huh. Then Boltzmann would try it again. This time, do as per Saoirse's instructions, and he'd like take in the flavors and exhales and so this is what it feels like. And he still coughs out a bit from his first inhale. That's interesting. This is what coconut is.
The cocoa nut.
Cocoa nut. It's really funny when you think about it.
It is, isn't it?
Boltzmann shake his head. All right, I think that's enough for now. That is a strange sensation. I think I could get addicted to that. Maybe. No. This is
As you all are settling in, you do see one of the men with the ambassador kind of step over to you guys.
Uh-oh. Heads up.
Camille slowly looks and turns to look at the approaching male.
The ambassador kindly asked if you would join her this evening.
Oh. She looks to the party. Would you like to join the ambassador?
Could be
I
rude.
think far be it from.
Sorry.
Saoirse would say, well, maybe far be it from us to refuse the request of an ambassador.
I agree with Saoirse. Would be
Yeah,
rude
As
to
long
say
as,
no.
as long as she requests all of us, not just Camille.
Yes, all of you, please.
We'd be honored. Just give us a moment while we collect ourselves.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Turns and goes back.
Okay, that's enough hookah.
Coconut.
Where do you think we can find these cocoa nuts?
I believe they grow in a tree, Ran.
All right, eyes up if we find any trees. I want a cocoa nut.
Do we really want to take him with us?
No. Bran is not high
He
or
sounds
anything.
like
He
it.
just wants a coconut.
Sounds
No,
like
he
it.
wants a coconut.
Dante's just like, he sounds like it.
Have you never had a coconut before in your life?
There are many things I haven't had in my life. But right now I'm more interested in having a chat. Dante actually hasn't touched his alcohol, but if Camille presented it to him, he hasn't actually touched it. He's sort of just nursing it.
Why don't we take our drink over to the ambassador? I was actually thinking of striking a conversation, but this is a lot better.
Did you happen to mention any sort of cultural differences or regarding the alcohol? So
Yes, well, from what I can remember, it's not particularly an open thing in parts of Udjat. But here, the lovely drow did say it's acceptable. So feel free to drink. They're special.
he'll just keep nursing it. I was just wondering, because if we're going over there to the ambassador, we don't want to be rude at all, do we?
Of course not. We're not drunk.
Some of us.
He just wants a coconut. He ain't high.
What is a coconut? I want a coconut.
It will make us seem more relaxed. Not disrespectful. What do you think?
Oh, I'm fine with that. If you think that's if if you think that's acceptable, more than fine. But he still won't drink it. He'll just nurse it and bring it with him.
Don't,
So there's a little
Auntie,
bit.
I'm not your mother. Relax. And she pats his arm gently.
Oh, I am relaxed. It's okay. You just see him just sort of looking over towards the ambassador.
Well, why don't we go over there and join before we do appear rude by making the lady wait?
Dante.
She goes over.
I was gonna say Dante just looks at the others, and if they're ready, he'll get up and help Camille stand. I think we're at the hookah, so
Yeah.
and
Saoirse would stand up.
Boltzmann just gives a thumbs up. He's just curious about this coconut as well.
These two are just gonna sit there
Goddamn
talking about coconuts.
I am a curious person. Neuron activation.
Bran, what do you think's in a coconut?
Don't make me get the con saves up.
Cocoa.
Hey, Bran just took one hop. That's it. Boltzmann is going full on.
back to his old habits, but no. After that,
Back
after
to-
the second one, no, he's fine. He stopped. He's just wondering
Coughing
now.
makes it worse. Coughing makes it hit you harder. Just remember that.
So you guys make your way over to the ambassador's table,
Yes.
and you guys kind of push another table up next to theirs. The ambassador nods her head. Greetings, salutations. May I ask, you do not seem to be from here. Where are you from?
Dante smiles at Camille, waiting for her to answer.
Mother.
You're clearly our leader.
Well,
Unexpectedly.
yeah.
Actually, we're from different places. I'm from Udjat.
She takes a look at you. Where's my die? Oh, my die. She takes a closer look at you. The Paladin of the Sisters. I apologize. I did not see your crest from the distance. Please, if there's any way that I can help you in your journey, please allow me to do so. Fairly Thana.
Really good. Actually, we are obviously new to the area. It's a little, what's the word I'm looking for here? Oh my god, my brain is shutting down.
Seem almost lost.
Well, actually, yes, we are. A little bit. Oh, fuck. I'm so scared. We've heard of, a dragon who lives in this part.
Maltok, yes.
Yes, Maltak the dragon, yes.
Well, this is Kuratan, a village here next to Mount Kurat. Are you familiar with Malta?
Not particularly. I'm from a different part of Udjat.
See. Well, I am here to speak on behalf of the Council of Hika. My goal is to meet with Maltok directly, but I'm not sure if that will be the case. The people of this region, although from Udjat, are claiming great persecution at the hands of Maltok and his son, Alrin. For most of a century, things have not been desirable, but they've been peaceful. Maltok controlled the region, controlled the mines, did so at a high tax. The council and the Raw found it in bad form, but allowed it. But over the past few years, things have gotten worse.
Worse? How?
Well, it's the reason I'm here. Reports have made it to the council that people are being held against their will, marked and treated as slaves, working in unbearable conditions for little more than scraps enough to keep them alive. Those separated from them are still here in Croton. We interviewed a few of the families today. And tomorrow we have a meeting with Alrin. And hopefully get to meet with Maltak directly.
So that's why you're here.
Yes. It's very unusual to find visitors here from what I've gathered.
So I've heard.
Fortuitous that we meet together.
It's fate, probably.
From what we've gathered from the families, Alrin and his Knights of Maltak have been controlling things for quite a while. And actually, Maltak has not been seen by the locals in many, many years. What I need to do and figure out is to know what forces we're truly up against. If this injustice continues, a red dragon is not someone you wish to see across the battlefield from you.
Why
What-
would... I apologize.
Continue.
Why would you think that the Great Dragon has not been seen?
Simply from the interviews that we met today. Been many, many years since the dragon has made an appearance. His presence has been felt, the shaking, the layer erupting. But it is unknown if it is truly the dragon or something else. He's not been seen.
That's rather worrisome, don't you think?
Well, if he is no longer here, that is both a blessing and a curse. Many, many different angles to see this from. Can I ask what brings you to here?
Well, she looks to her party members. You see, we were supposed to meet this dragon for something of import. And I will be very open with you, since you are from Udjat. Our friend here is rather sick, and she points a hand or waves a hand towards Boltzmann.
Boltzmann would respond with a quick nod.
Some pest has invaded his mind, and if we do not take action quickly, we will lose a good friend. That's why we're here. To perhaps talk to this dragon and seek aid for our friend.
Do you have a gift?
A gift?
An offering to Maltak to be able to grant, for him to be able to grant an audience with you?
No, we have never thought of that at all.
Yes, vain and very prideful of their wealth, red dragons are. The best angle that we have seen is bribery.
Gold.
Well, typically, but in this particular case, he's sitting on a mine that is full of an almost endless supply of gold. He desires more. Things of interest, things of power seem to have been things that have worked to get an audience in his presence previously. Perhaps, if you were to come with me, if we catch him or Alrin, his son, in a particularly good mood, I may be able to help negotiate your needs as well. It's a long shot, but it's better than walking in empty-handed.
That would be appreciated greatly. Thank you.
A paladin of your like would, joining the envoy would not seem out of place. These are my escorts, Farshad, Quadin. Both have been with me on this journey. You joining us would not seem out of place and would explain your time here.
And what of my friends?
Well, they seem like a interesting bunch. Well, if they were to keep their heads down and mouths closed, I believe it would be working. Possibly. Please just let me do the talking, and hopefully we'll have our best results.
Of course. There's no greater person to speak than an ambassador.
I hope, but it does not seem that Alrin has much for traditional Udjat pleasantries or any decorum.
Yes, it's been rather uncomfortable, if I may say so. But then again, this is not a place where I have been. I'm only here to respect their cultures and try my best not to offend anyone. I'm sure you
Yes.
understand.
It is quite different here. I've been to many different lands, and this one is very rough, very dangerous. So yes, together, I believe our odds will increase. For Ilithana.
For Lithana. Well.
Well, let us enjoy our food. Please. And she brings the serving plate and offers it to you guys, and you guys continue. Is there any questions that you have for her before we close up tonight?
Actually, yeah, Bran has a question.
Okay.
What sort of offerings exactly does this dragon appreciate the most?
Anything of power, anything of magical essence is appreciated. Anything that shows value beyond, of course, the gold. Anything that he can keep and claim. Seems to have worked in the past.
So material things of value, such as gold, platinum,
Diamonds?
wares.
Yes, not so much of value, but of importance. Value has still a great deal of interest to him, but if it can be mixed as well with power or influence, or something of someone great has given up or offered to him. Personally, we have something given directly from the Ra that we will be giving directly to Malta. Hopefully that is enough to entice the dragon.
These Knights of Maltok, how are they chosen?
I'm not quite sure. I just know that they've kind of been banded together. Those that could fight out of the ones that were, I wouldn't say taken, but I will say that in the area that's been kind of claimed by Maltok, the ones that could fight, the ones that could handle a weapon, chosen, brought into his army of sorts.
And how exactly does this Maltok treat the citizens here?
For the longest time, it was not pleasant, but amiable. They paid a very high tax in the mines. The rumors that we have say, and from the interviews today, say that they are now kept. Anyone that was in the mine has now been kept in the mine now for a very extended amount of time, possibly years.
They may not even be alive any longer.
That's what I fear.
I believe they are alive because they are still giving tribute. I believe they have been told that once they have given tribute, they would be released. But it's only when Maltok or Alrin are satisfied.
Brandon
That is the report.
crosses. Oh, sorry.
That is the reports that we've heard.
Have you thought that maybe all of this is not Maltak's actions, but that of his son?
It's a possibility. One of many.
Maybe Alrin wanted the power all to himself. Imprisoned his
Precisely.
father.
That
That's
is
why-
hopefully why we can have an audience with Maltok tomorrow. If we can see Maltok, interact with him, and we'll have a better understanding of the situation and its completion.
Undoubtedly, we'll find out more when we meet with them tomorrow.
Yes.
Once again, for now, the best that we can do is enjoy our rest, prepare for tomorrow.
Agreed. And with that, you guys are able to enjoy the table of spread that's laid before you. Drink your drinks and relax and kind of build a small relationship with the ambassador, who is now trusting of you because of who you were with and because of the story that she's heard from you. And with that, we will close tonight's session. We will pick it up next week, next Friday.
Boy,
Hells yeah.
Yeah.
how exactly are we going to negotiate with a red dragon?
Kill the dragon.
No!
Right.
Yeah,
Oh.
sure. Level 6.
Yeah,
No problem.
Sure.
No
let's
problem.
go.
No problem, my dude.
I mean,
Now,
come on.
typically, we can sit around and after a session, even though it's already 1:20 in the morning for me and for most of us here later, or the same time, we typically sit around and talk about a few things. Tonight, I want to wrap up with a couple of random questions. Now, normally, I want to
no.
formalize it a little bit so we don't spend another too long in here, but we can get some feedback from you guys. Let's start with Branimir. What's the best moment of the night for you? And if you want to chime in after him, go ahead.
All right, I have to single it down to one moment.
If you could,
Can I have a top 3?
go ahead.
All right. Number 1, completely failing my dex check and falling into a pit of snakes.
Yep.
That was a fun moment because
That was-
we
That was a good
I got to
moment for
be-
me too.
I got to be Indiana Jones. Bran has finally taken significant damage after how many
Oh.
sessions?
Okay, you take some the last session or the session before?
No.
Was that cameo?
Last session you took some, but it wasn't that great.
It was
only
like 2 or 3.
That
but
would have been me. I'm sorry, but that would
Cameo
that
did
was
get
me.
pretty low. She got
Yeah.
low.
yeah, so
What's your other moment?
It's good to bleed. Second would be okay. You know what? I'll just round it up to a top 2. Discovering the coconut.
Glorious coconut.
The glorious cocoa that is within the nut.
Consider Boltzmann's interest peaked.
Consider it a secondary objective for
Yes.
Bran to find a real coconut.
Both you and me, Bran, you have to find this elusive cocoa nut.
Because Boltzmann, I have had the cocoa.
I can find you a
It is
couple of crazy
delicious.
nuts. I mean,
Cameo's just gonna find one and break it over your head.
I'm sure we
just
can,
imagine
we can
eventually
stop by the
Boltzmann and
market
Bran.
and get you some coconut.
Bran just starts
coconut.
shaking a tree.
All right, Bran, I can see it. It's falling down.
Alright,
it's a
alright.
beehive or something.
Don't stand directly underneath it, unless you want another, pit incident with, something falling on your head.
Oh man, I swear.
So yes.
Question: I know Circe is gonna get going, so we'll ask her. Rob, one question before you go. What did you find out this
Yeah.
week that you didn't know about?
Ooh, I got this week that I didn't know about. Let's see. I think, we did not know about, and I think this is maybe true for everyone else, we did not know about Maltak's son.
Mhm.
So
That's new
that,
information.
Yep.
yeah, that is, both in character and out of character. That's fascinating. It's like, wait a minute. And
This opens a lot of
given-
possibilities.
Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely. I'm already thinking, again, both in and out of character. Wait a minute. Is he like the others? Like was said, is he trying to usurp his father's power? Is there an objects of power? Is somebody else pulling the strings? A certain entity or their agents that we already know about? Yeah, the wheels are turning. The wheels are turning. But yes, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to. I already have the cat. He's been meowing at me for the last 20 minutes. Saying, feed me, feed me.
Toshi.
Go ahead and take care of him.
Toshi
Jump
the
on out
hungry.
if you need to.
Yep.
Thanks for joining
Yeah,
us.
he's starving. He's been sleeping next to me for the most part the last few hours. But yeah, he's saying it's lunchtime. Since I am the one in the States, for those who were here at the beginning, and yeah, it's getting to be lunchtime for us. But yeah,
Okay,
that's
alright.
the one thing for me.
Yeah, go ahead and get out of here if you need to. Not a problem. Thank you.
Rob.
We'll see you next week, Rob.
Yeah, we'll see y'all
Rob. See you
soon.
next week.
Thanks, and for all of our viewers who are still around, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, definitely. Boltzmann,
Yeah.
Ellen, what's the thing that's giving you the most anxiety about next week?
Obviously it's the encounter with what was his name? Elrin, the dragon.
Mhm.
I have a ticking time bomb inside my head. This illithid, it's sedated for now, but what? How many days do I have left? It's like probably 28 days left before this thing wakes up again and tries to mess me up with even. It wakes up even more pissed and tries to mess up my head even more. So
And you barely got out of that.
yeah, and the last time I had to fight this thing, I was on the brink of death. Sometimes I even tell myself I should be dead right now. Boltzmann should be dead right now. Yeah, if something happens there, something very bad, it would throw a wrench in our plans, then I don't know. 28 days is a lot, but at the same time, it feels really short. So, but we always pull through in the end, I think.
So far, so good.
Question mark.
Question mark? Whatever. We'll get through it in one way or another. So, yeah.
Camiel,
Yesh.
in a perfect world, what happens next week?
That our roles will be good and the decisions we make will lead to a better conclusion for Boltzmann. That's
I thank you. I thank everybody for their concern.
Yeah, this new environment, even though it is in Udjat, I was getting secondhand anxiety.
Absolutely.
It's scary to just go from one place to another where the cultures are very different. You know, you don't know what's gonna piss them off, and come to find out that there's a reign of terror. Apparently, it only makes it worse. So it's good to see that there's an ambassador from Udjat here to aid our heroes.
Yeah, it's yeah. I think it kind of helps even the odds with you guys. So
Yeah.
Dante, pick a question that I already asked and answer it, buddy.
Kidding? That's hard, man. Perfect world next week. The dice gods, the gods of Patrium, and all the other ones that aren't real, other than Patrium. I just want the Patrium gods.
Glory be to glorious Patriot.
I want the monkey to get his finger out of my butt and let me roll good rolls. That's basically what I want. He's got to stop holding me back. I'm getting frustrated.
Ah,
I'm gonna
it's
have
okay.
I'm gonna have to start sacrificing something, like small animals or something like that, to him.
Oh no.
What?
Just sacrifice your hat. I think it's bad luck.
I've had
And
my
what?
hat
No,
from the
no.
start.
He just
It's
needs to
Already
change the
part of
feather.
portrait.
almost.
He needs to change the feather.
As far as he's concerned.
Hey, maybe Camiel can give you a feather, and maybe your luck will be better. How about that?
Hey, he'll take it.
Yeah, there you go.
All
And then
right.
it just gets worse.
3 nat ones in a row. Oh god.
All right, well, we are wrapping up here. I want to thank everybody for all the support. We had a bunch of new follows. I'll go through a few of them here. Dregs Gaming from yesterday. That's actually a cousin of mine. That thank you for your support. Support Misfit, the art guy, Siptex, Chuck Norris, the support. The support Misfit, and then of course Bryn with a raid. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for that. I did not see it in chat. I did not have it up, but Bryn, thank you so much for your support. Hopefully within the next couple of weeks you will be on here with us, enjoying some role play, and joining this world with us for at least a few weeks. That sounds awesome. I want to thank everybody for tonight. We had a great session. Thank you all the players. Thank you everyone watching and supporting and following and everything else that you can do. We appreciate it. And we are done with this evening. Thank you everybody, and have a good night.
Good night.
Have a good day.
Night.
Good night.
Yes. Night,
Good night,
day,
day.
everything.
You're that important support misfit.
Yes, you showed up twice. All right. That is it.
All right. Thanks, guys.